Honorable members, when we suspended lunchtime, we were debating a compendium of budget bills. I assume the member for Centerville is ready to start. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville. Clock.
Close. Close.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise grateful to the Almighty God for the opportunity to see a new day in our beautiful and blessed Bahama land. It remains a privilege for me to represent the wonderful people of Centerville here in this honorable house, some of whom are here with us today. They gave me the opportunity to represent them on matters of great importance to them and to every other citizen of the Bahamas. In return, I've tried my best to assist them in any way that I can to build and maintain the constituency in order to make them proud. Mr. Deputy, before I proceed, I must pause to honor two giants of our community whose recent passing left us all with heavy hearts. Mr. Rodney Munker, who served as a member of the Senate, was a fearless advocate, leader of the Woman Dem, yes, and a relentless fighter for the common man. His sharp wit and unwavering dedication to justice inspired many across our country to stand tall and speak truth. Secondly, Mistress Estella Zornical was one of Centerville's precious pearls. She, for decades, shaped young minds as an educator and as a chef in the community. She stood tall as a pillar of strength for us all. Her gentle spirit and devotion to people created generations of learners and leaders. I extend heartfelt condolences to the relatives and friends of both Mr. Munker and Mr. Zornical. Their legacies remind us that public service and selfless love are invaluable in the development of our country and its people. Mr. Deputy, the Centerville constituency team has kept busy since day one, bringing as much relief and assistance and improvement to the areas and residents as possible. To this end, under the banner of Campbell Cares, we've rolled out a host of programs designed to uplift every neighborhood in all 12 polling divisions and to seek to empower every resident. From feeding seniors and those in need from our monthly soup kitchen, to Mother's Day drive-through lunches and festive Easter and Father's Day caravans, delighting children and dads alike. From back-to-school supply drives in partnership with Rotary, to rapid-fire victim assistance after local tragedies. Each initiative has brought comfort and care where it was needed most. We cheered as the Centerville senior men's team claimed victory in the Love and Unity Big Brother, Big Sister basketball tournament, taking our trophy back from Elizabeth. We celebrated young cadets, Craig Taylor Jr., Zariah Wallace, and Stephon Walks for their outstanding progress in the National Youth Guard. Mr. Deputy, if you look at the intersection of East Street and Gibbs Corner, it's there for all to see. Our 3-story community center rising from the ground, thanks to local labor, will soon serve as a hurricane shelter, swimming hub. Yes, I did say swimming, Mr. Deputy, because every Centerville resident, once you have your voter's card, will be given free access for swimming classes and training camps. We have also carried out regular cleanups, which have transformed overgrown and neglected lots into safe, vibrant spaces, reducing health risks and boosting neighborhood pride. In collaboration with the Disaster Risk Management Authority, we launched community walkabouts to strengthen our resilience ahead of the hurricane season. We have also honored our youngest Jonkunu champions, celebrated our school contributions, and paid tribute to community legends whose indelible marks guide us forward. Mr. Deputy, in September of 2021, the Bahamian people elected the Progressive Liberal Party to manage the affairs of this country. Our campaign theme was a new day. And we promised that this administration would reform, rebuild, and restore our country through legislation, policies, and initiatives that would benefit them and further develop our nation. I believe that over the past almost 4 years, we have delivered on that commitment and continue to do so island by island on a daily basis. The geographical makeup of our country is quite unique. We have been blessed with many islands and keys that call for the duplication of effort and investment from the government to ensure that every citizen has the basic necessities to build a life on their respective island. For this reason, since coming to office, this administration has been working to ensure that as many islands as fiscally possible receive the needed infrastructural upgrades to attract and sustain domestic and foreign investments, which will help to create and bolster local economies. As I speak, construction is being carried out on multiple islands. Airports are being built. Through the National Bridge Program, there are bridges being repaired, thanks to the memo for Central and South Eleuthera. Road improvement projects are being carried out on Cat Island, Bimini, Exuma, Eleuthera, and other locations. And I know it's being said already before by the Minister for Grand Bahama, but how can we forget our new hospital being built in Grand Bahama? Along with clinics that are under construction in New Providence, Eleuthera, and Andros, Nabi. A brand new hurricane shelter is soon to be completed on the island of Abaco. Many islands within this archipelago are being upgraded in the same way. Hopefully, as my colleagues expound on the works underway around the country, it becomes clear to all that this administration has embarked upon the largest national infrastructure project in many years. Yes. This, Mr. Deputy, is progress. Yes. This is a new day. Yes. In addition to works being done, led by the government, there are many major projects in various states of development due to foreign direct investment. One need only look at the economic revival underway on the island of Grand Bahama, yes, to realize that this administration has brought about a new day on that island. Yes, 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 yes. Oh boy. Many administrations.
What? Don't check your boy.
Tall Pines gave me permission, Maradon.
No, I did.
God knows. Many administrations tried their best to bring the magic back to the Magic City. But it is this administration that is breathing new life into Grand Bahama. I hear things are so good in Grand Bahama, the residents are returning to that island because finally they can find gainful employment. This, Mr. Deputy, is progress. This is a new day. The Bahamian people can rest assured that, contrary to what those seeking power may say, we have been good stewards of the fiscal affairs of this country. Mr. Deputy, my FO is in the gallery, and she is watching me, so you know, I have to make sure that when it comes to fiscal responsibility, we stay on track. In April, Moody's upgraded our credit rating from stable to positive. The International Monetary Fund upgraded the country's projected economic growth. And this isn't us tooting our own horns or patting ourselves on the back. These are international agencies acknowledging the work
That's right.
being done by this administration to rebuild, revive, and restore our country after the devastation brought about by Hurricane Dorian, the global pandemic. At least we forget that last administration called the FNM. Mr. Deputy, this is progress. This is a new day. Now, there are some who would wish for the Bahamian people to forget that in addition to infrastructural upgrades, foreign direct investment, and internationally recognized fiscal prudence and prowess, this administration has also brought the unemployment rate to its lowest in more than a decade.
Right.
Thanks to the member for Golden Gates, we have conducted service-wide promotion exercises, and more than 50 industrial agreements have been signed and counting. The naysayers want Bahamians to forget that this administration introduced the National School Breakfast Program, the first ever history textbook written by Bahamians, thanks to the good member from Angliston. And we are now constructing swimming pools in public schools. The naysayers want the Bahamian people to forget that this administration is finally providing sustainable solutions to address the unreliability and cost of electricity with the introduction of numerous PPAs through the great work of the member for Elizabeth that will increase renewable energy deployment in the country exponentially. Mr. Deputy, this is progress.
Yes, sir.
This is a new day. But the work does not stop there. This administration, under the guidance of the Honorable Ryan Pinder, the Attorney General, has brought landmark legislation to this place aimed at addressing age-old issues in our country. We have passed bills on medical marijuana, bills giving more autonomy to this place, Parliament, and to the other place just behind us, the judiciary. We have passed bills to reform our energy sector, to address mental health, to extend the careers of those in our military, to create the Department of Foreign Service, and to allow businesses and individuals to use movable assets as collateral. Mr. Deputy, though not everybody may understand the intricacies of a national budget, people can understand and feel progress when it happens. They understand that things are much better today than they were 4 years ago. They understand that they now have access to jobs. They now have opportunities. They can excel, and they can move forward. Now, before St. Anne's gets up, I want to say, I am not saying that everything is perfect, St. Anne's. But what I am saying is that the work of this administration is literally bearing fruit for the people of this country. This is a fact that cannot be denied and should be, I say should be supported by all. While I understand how politics works, I cannot for the life of me understand why any Bahamian, in or outside of this place, would not want to see our country and its people prosper, no matter which political party is in power. Now, the fact that prosperity and progress, St. Barnabas, seems to be the order of the day when the PLP is in power, it's not our fault. It is just simply how we operate. It is our mandate. It is part of the reason that this political organization was established. It's that simple. Mr. Deputy, I think the Right Honorable Sir Lyndon Pinling put it best when on the 15th of October 1973, he said, this party, St. Barnabas, was born out of the absolute necessity felt by the masses in this country to bring about a change. This party was weaned on the hopes and aspirations of the people being symbolized by this party. The party attained manhood on the solid achievements it's made for and on behalf of the people. This party is the only national, viable, stable, and reliable political force in the country today because of the faith and confidence of the masses in their party. Mr. Deputy, as true as that was in 1973, is as true as it is here today in 2025. With that being said, I wish to congratulate the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Philip Brave Davis, for his leadership in reviving our economy and ensuring that island by island, we develop this nation for the benefit of our people. He, along with the Minister of Economic Affairs, the Honorable Senator Michael Alcides and their team, have brought before this place a balanced budget with a projected surplus. This is progress.
Yes.
This is a new day.
Not me, your boy.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, they don't like it? Oh, boy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is truly my distinct honor at this time in our country to serve as the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources. It is especially gratifying to do so at a time when the government of the Bahamas has placed such great effort and investment into improving food security and safety in our country. This 2025-26 budget further demonstrates this administration's commitment to the advancement of domestic farming, local food production, and providing opportunities for Bahamians in these industries through monetary assistance. And before, Mr. Deputy, with your leave, I proceed, I'd like to take an opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our team here from the ministry, being led today by Undersecretary Montez Williams. If you may all please stand, there's so many of them, Mr. Deputy. These are the hard-working people behind the scene, Mr. Deputy, that make everything happen in our ministry. They are responsible for the 20+% growth in our industry. And hats off to each and every one of them and their respective departments. Mr. Deputy, the dedicated employees at the ministry have sought to fulfill our mandate to improve food security with the introduction of new technology, new methodologies, by assisting and encouraging farmers and fishers. As I move further into this presentation, we will highlight the various achievements of the departments within this ministry and speak to what is planned for the upcoming fiscal year. Our ministry encompasses 6 departments and public entities, each playing a critical role in national development. They include the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Marine Resources, the Department of Cooperatives, BAIC, or the Bahamas Agricultural Industrial Corporation, the Bahamas Agricultural Health and Safety, Food Safety Authority, and the Bahamas Agricultural Marine Science Institute. And while, Mr. Deputy, I'm at it, I'd like to acknowledge that the World Bank National Accounts data indicates that in the Bahamas, we have experienced a 26.3% jump in our industry, which speaks to the highest growth in 33 years in this country. Mr. Deputy, this surge okay. That's a different one. Okay. This surge is attributed to increased domestic production and government initiatives to boost agriculture, leading to enhanced crop yields. Additionally, record-breaking numbers in the tourism sector led to higher demands for locally sourced food products, further contributing to the sector's growth. Mr. Deputy, I turn my attention to the Department of Agriculture. Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Winston Bambas.
The DOA continues to serve to regulate all agricultural services and products in the country and is actively working towards fulfilling the government's mandate of achieving food security. But we understand that part of our efforts to achieve improved levels of food security continually is ensuring that our young people have an appreciation for the importance of growing our own food here in the Bahamas. In that vein, I am pleased to inform that the Agricultural School Support Program has thus far been a success. Public schools, thanks to the collaboration with the member for Angliston, across this country have received the needed supplies and technical support to improve their agricultural programs in schools across the country. In particular, on the islands of New Providence, Exuma, Eleuthera, and Grand Bahama. To date, several schools across our archipelago have benefited from this initiative. Mr. Deputy, in addition to that, we have sent several tractors to the islands of Cat Island, Abaco, and Exuma to aid with land preparation for farmers. We are aware, in particular, of the damage that Abaco has suffered in recent times due to wildfires. And this machine will offer aid not only to farmers, but would also seek to assist with fighting bushfires, Central and South Abaco, and North Abaco as well. Additionally, we have also ordered 2 500-gallon water bowsers to assist in dispensing of water to areas that prove difficult for a fire truck to access. A recruitment exercise for the tractor operators will be completed in August. Mr. Deputy, additionally, the National Piggery at the Gladstone Road Agricultural Center has been a key component of the national swine production arena in the Bahamas. And as a source for breeding pigs for farmers, this national unit gave new and existing farmers access to a managed gene pool of growing stock at a competitive rate. Recently, this key resource to swine producers across the country was closed, marking a significant impediment to the production and trade of fresh pork and its byproducts across the country. Given the importance to national food and nutrition, efforts in tandem with its undertaking to reduce the food import bill, it is key that strategic and immediate intervention to reopen and revitalize the national piggery at GRAC be taken, and we are doing so. Within this revitalization, a strong emphasis on biosecurity, artificial insemination, knowledgeable and trained staff, and strategic animal genetic improvement will be taken, all of which will ensure that disease pressure at GRAC is low and carefully managed. The risk to its partner farms remains low. Traceability prioritized, and that relative cost of production per pound of pork is lowered across the country through a demonstrated model of swine husbandry that prioritizes safe production and efficient productivity. As a component of the national food and security efforts, the program is tied into reducing our food import bill. Its objective is to undertake strategic and specific actions that will ensure the safe and productive reopening of the national piggery at GRAC. This will be achieved through infrastructural renovation and repairs, the necessary introduction and operation of essential biosecurity measures, the undertaking of enhanced reproductive techniques, and the skills updating of staff and swine producers across the country. Mr. Deputy, we expect that this program will have widespread results. Firstly, the national unit will have wide-reaching impact to farmers all across the country, from Bimini to Inagua. We will also supply a ready stock of high-quality breeding material to continue a jumpstart of a new era of local pork availability on the ground, island by island. Currently, the Bahamas spends $18 million on pork and pork products. By impacting production practices, these products, we expect that the health of consumers will improve through better consumption, and the cost of the product will significantly decrease. And finally, Madam Speaker, it will affect the economy by keeping money and resources at home and allowing profitability for farmers to also remain in country. At the GRAC Plant Propagation Unit, we are continuing our seedling production program, which will soon enable us to be able to provide Bahamian farmers with high-quality seedlings at subsidized prices. And I am proud to announce at this time that this is the first time that the department's PPU unit operated a booth at the Agri Expo and had homegrown produce and seedlings for sale. The quality of these items were comparable and in some instances exceeded to that of which we import. Mr. Deputy, Bahamian agriculture is now definitely on the way to becoming a leading and viable sector once again. Mr. Deputy, during the fiscal period of the 2024-25, the Food Safety Technology Laboratory Unit continued to support the local food processing industries. This assistance was in the form of training, co-packing, demonstrations, and offering other important technical information. Training was provided to several government high schools, to entrepreneurs, and to assistance for the KPMG Junior Achievers and co-packaging for food processors. Assistance was also provided to BAMZI with the juicing and packing of celery juice. Tell you what that's good for later. Bottled tomatoes, coconut water, guava, strawberry, mango, and pineapple reserves. Demonstrations were also provided to D.W. Davis, C.C. Sweeting, C.I. Gibson, and L.W. Young High Schools. These demonstrations, Mr. Deputy, were requested to assist students preparing for their BGCSE exams with JAM preparation, which is a part of Family and Consumer Sciences examinations. The DOA is also preparing 3 food processing facilities situated on the islands of New Providence, Eleuthera, and Cat Island. And we are pleased to say that 2 of those facilities are near completion. At this time, preparations are still being made to facilitate other upgrades to the abattoir, as the current building is still in need of repairs and painting, and the property is in need of proper fencing. Mr. Deputy, the Department of Agriculture donated 7 sheep to the annual Long Island Mutton Festival That's a big deal, believe it or not.
Yeah.
What's the big deal about this? This, Mr. Deputy, will seek to bring genetic diversity to that island sheep population. And in addition to that, we also purchased a new vehicle for the office to assist them with farm inspections and other duties. Farmers' meetings are scheduled for New Providence and all other islands where the Department of Agriculture has a presence. Additionally, local training sessions are being planned for staff to improve their skill set. The ministry and the DOA continue to partner with our international non-governmental partners on various regional and national projects. Thank you. Earlier this year, CARDI embarked on a survey of selected farmers as a part of the GEF, the Global Environmental Facility, a major funding mechanism for environmental projects. DOA, in partnership with IACA and the IDB, will conduct the National Agriculture Census later this year. This will be the first census conducted in over 25 years. And Mr. Deputy, for the farmers in this country, that is truly a big deal.
Yes, good job.
It is anticipated that upon the completion of the census, updated and accurate information on land usage, labor, agricultural inputs, farm size in the Bahamian agricultural sectors will be readily available. Such information is crucial to policy development, research, and the overall impact of agriculture with regards to employment and any environmental impact. Mr. Deputy, I now turn my attention to the Department of Marine Resources. Tariffs have become a hot topic around the world, as has been stated by my colleagues in various forums. When tariffs are imposed by our trading partners, it inevitably affects the prices of goods and services here at home. As it relates to fisheries and the livelihoods of fishers, I'm also advised that the imposition of tariffs on seafood exports made it much more challenging for exporters. In some cases, processing plants had already purchased inventory and had them in stock. And so fishermen were able to generate reasonable returns from those exports because they were already in existence. However, the unexpected addition of a 10% tariff meant that the exporter's profit margin was set to be greatly reduced, as it became necessary to absorb or share the costs of the tariffs with their clients in the United States. The main fishery exported from the Bahamas is the crawfish. In 2024, 7.3 million pounds of spiny lobster were exported at a value of 121 million. Million, Central Grand Bahama. That's the value of our waters. This is up from 5.1 million pounds, valued at 93.6 million in 2023. However, spiny lobsters are considered luxury items. And generally, people reduce spending on luxury items when their means are reduced. The volatility of the global economy based on tariff wars and supply chain issues has been and will continue to impact trade wars. We want export businesses as well as fishermen to be able to survive. To this end, officials of our ministry met with fishery exporters to hear their concerns and ideas about how we can work together to offset the impact of increased tariffs. Exporters put forward their thoughtful ideas that the government is presently strongly considering. Mr. Deputy, the theme for our budget is expanding opportunities island by island. I, along with our team from the ministry, visited the Member of Parliament for Exuma and Ragged Island and met with their community to dialogue about farming and fishing issues. There was a great turnout, as well as an excellent exchange of information. During that visit, our ministry donated a tractor and supplies to assist farmers. There you go. To assist farmers. And a 25-foot contender patrol vessel to conduct enforcement and assist government partners. Oh, yeah. Stay tuned. A holistic approach to food security is utterly important. With climate change, various stresses on the environment, pressure due to poaching, which we are attempting to stamp out, and pressure due to domestic consumption, which we cannot export or consume fisheries resources unless the fisheries resources are constantly present, something that is always stated by our acting director, Mr. Gittins. Mr. Deputy, progress is being made with dismantling what is known as IUUs, illegal, unregulated, unreported foreign charter operations. Partnership between government agencies using tools such as patrol crafts, as well as collaboration with local stakeholders, including fishers and foreign entities, have all resulted in much greater enforcement success. And more of these components are on the way. This includes a 3-day enforcement workshop, which begins in the morning with DMR officers throughout the islands, will be in New Providence for specialized enforcement training. There was also a need for additional staff and training in New Providence and the islands. To this end, provisions were made in the Department of Marine Resources for new hires. I'm pleased to say that later this month, there will be a deep-sea fishing learning exchange that is being planned with the DMR and the Nature Conservancy. The exchange is being conducted as an important step toward the continued development of deep-sea fisheries in the Bahamas. This includes the largely undeveloped deep-sea commercial fishing industry, a source of food and livelihoods that we must tap into to feed ourselves. A major objective of the exchange is to learn from and exchange ideas with experts and key stakeholders from the Caribbean region and the U.S. regarding deep-sea pelagics, including billfish, tuna, wahoo, and dolphin, related to commercial harvest and sport fishing and diversification of opportunities. Mr. Deputy, I was saving this one for Engliston. I am pleased to announce that our ministry is working assiduously with the LJM Maritime Academy to reestablish a fishing program within the academy. This includes courses in fishing and maritime practical training, seafood handling on board a vessel, training and standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping for seafarers. The courses, which include 220 contact hours over approximately 6 weeks, is formatted with a combination of classroom theory and simulator sessions and hands-on training at sea. You see, Mr. Deputy, we are not just building an industry. We are building a country by young men, one young man and one young woman at a time, by empowering them with the knowledge and expertise to utilize our natural God-given resources. And find what these training courses aren't any of those highfalutin courses, you know. These courses are designed for persons with little or no formal maritime training or fishing experiences. We don't want to leave anybody. Participants will learn the fundamental techniques involved in fishing, diving, netting, potting, GPS operation, and small craft handling in an environmentally friendly and sustainable manner. The course also covers topics such as safety communication, group behavior, and personal interactions on board a vessel. Participants will be awarded certificates in STCW, basic training, and an LJMMA certificate of completion once they have successfully completed the course. Mr. Deputy, we are also seeking to explore sea turtle ecotourism. That sounds sexy, eh? Sea turtle ecotourism. The sea turtle ecotourism study will get started during July of this year. The study will include documentation of the current status of this industry, as well as suggestions for development. Our ministry is concerned about the development of non-consumptive blue economy activities that can help to bolster the Bahamas' tourism product. I did say non-consumptive. The blue economy intersects with many sectors, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, as well as the Ministry of Tourism, have key roles to play with its development. Our ministry also plans to donate fish pots, making supplies available to various communities, and conduct training in fish pot construction where needed. The 2 islands that will be assisted in the near future are Islands and Grand Key. We heard you loud and clear, my God. I think at this time it is important to mention that the Abaco fisheries sector continues to rebound from the devastation it has experienced since the passage of Hurricane Dorian. Spiny lobster fishing is now approaching harvesting numbers pre-Hurricane Dorian, and sport fishing activity has returned to the islands and keys, and visitors are once again Central and South and North Abaco, enjoying what Abaco has to offer. We see you. The department's 25-foot marine patrol craft has been active with sea patrols in the north for the past several months, and we will be expanding to Central and South Abaco. Strengthening our assets in the chains and other islands is a key priority for our ministry. As it relates to seafood export and inspection, we have a seafood export and inspection unit. Now, the work of this unit is not widely publicized, but it is important for the Bahamas as it relates to the Bahamas accessing foreign markets. This unit conducts the necessary inspections for the licensing of processing plants. 10 processing plant licenses were approved for this calendar year 2025. 4 factory vessel licenses were approved for the calendar year 2025. 9 spiny lobster export licenses were issued in the 2024-25 season, and 7 stone crab claws export licenses were issued for the 24-25 season. Additionally, 1 new exporter license was approved for this calendar year. As it relates to food safety and technology, testing food to ensure that it is safe, nutritious, and meets local regulations and international standards is an important but often overlooked component of food security. You can see where my mind is. Many do not know that some of these functions are carried out by highly trained staff at the Department of Marine Resources. The ability to perform these functions require accreditation to international standards if we are going to tap into foreign markets. The laboratory is on a 2-year cycle for reaccreditation, and reassessment for maintenance of the laboratory's accreditation was remotely performed by ANAB, our accreditation body, remotely on the 24th of October and on site of the 28th and 29th of the same month. I'm pleased to say that our accreditation is valid through the year 2026. The laboratory has continued to analyze both seafood and water samples during this current budget year. The microbiology laboratory will participate in a proficiency test scheme for food and water upon receipt of supplies. Participation in PT schemes are a requirement for continued accreditation. The laboratory continues to carry out its quality internal checks on a daily, weekly, and monthly and annual basis to maintain its quality management system. During the 2025-26 budget year, we anticipate the installation and training in the use of equipment and supplies received from the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, used for improving capacity to test for contaminants in food. Mr. Deputy, due to funds that are expected as a result of the Bahamas' historic debt conservation project for marine conservation, the DMR will receive funding to better manage protected areas, otherwise known as marine protected areas. Co-management involving communities will be further explored. As the Bahamas prides itself on its stunning marine environment, the turquoise waters, its coral reefs, abundant fisheries, and yes, even the sharks. They are not just part of our identity, they are the foundation of our economy and food security. On the 5th of June, the world recognized the International Day for the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. This day was celebrated due to the great need for the world to be on one accord in order to stamp out illegal fishing. The Bahamas is in full support of such global efforts. And I am pleased to say that we, through the partnership of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and Wild Aid with the assistance of one Mr. Mike Sensi, conducted the first ever covert operation dubbed Operation Red Dawn, in which we tracked, arrested, and now have charged before our courts, the Supreme Court in Grand Bahama, illegal foreign charter vessels who were indiscriminately and illegally fishing in our Bahamian waters. We are sending a serious message, Mr. Deputy, to the world that the waters of the Bahamas are for Bahamians. Yes. And if you want to play here, abide by our rules.
Yes.
But we must go further. Colleagues, the Bahamas can't do it alone. We will have to work with others on many fronts to secure the marine environment for future generations. That is also a large part of the reason why the Bahamas supports the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, in short, BBNJ. My colleague, Minister, the Honorable Vaughan Miller, member for Golden Isles, recently ratified this agreement in France on behalf of the government. This agreement represents a historic opportunity to govern and protect the vast areas of the ocean that lie beyond national borders, including fisheries resources that enter and exit Bahamian waters. Together, the PSMA, BBNJ, and other agreements form a foundation for a more transparent, sustainable, and equitable ocean governance system, one that safeguards the future of fisheries for generations to come. Mr. Deputy, if I can now turn my attention to the Department of Cooperatives. This year marks the 50th anniversary since the establishment of the Department of Cooperatives in 1975. This department is responsible for the administration of all cooperative societies within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We have societies in Abaco, Andros, Auckland, Crooked Island, Cat Island, Eleuthera, Exuma, Grand Bahama, Mayaguana, and yes, New Providence. In December of 2024, our ministry offered 15 cooperative societies a portion of its $1.5 million grant earmarked for farmers and fishers in this country. The department will be charged with ensuring that these grants are used as requested, and it is expected that these cooperative societies will be rejuvenated communities empowered by this grant, and that the sector will be impacted in a positive way. The department has recently added new cooperative societies to its register, one being in Angliston and the other in Hatchet Bay, Eleuthera. and we are currently offering technical assistance to an additional 2 proposed cooperatives that we hope to register shortly. We encourage the formation of cooperatives as we know that they provide an economic boost to communities and act as a form of job creation. We know that cooperative societies are very important to community development and that they offer an invaluable service. Efforts are being undertaken by our ministry to bolster and develop cooperative societies throughout the country, and they will ensure that they continue to positively impact the lives of Bahamians for another 50 years. Mr. Deputy, we also have under our umbrella the Bahamas Agriculture and Industrial Corporation. However, I will touch lightly on matters pertaining to BAIC, as my parliamentary colleague, Chairman, Honorable Senator Darren Pickstock, will give a more lengthy detail about this cooperation and its contribution in the other place. During this fiscal year, BAIC has attuned its activities towards the development of the core sectors of our economy, focusing on farmers' commercialization programs, which is a North Andros pilot project. This pilot, which was initiated in the summer of 2024, has taken root and is beginning to bear great fruit. I had the personal pleasure of witnessing a consignment of almost 40 St. Barnabas, 40 full pallets of locally grown onions being prepared for delivery to a local wholesaler. You get that? Locally grown products being bought by Bahamians to be eaten by Bahamians. Yes. That's what we're trying to do. I was also advised at the same time of another 20 to 30 pallets of locally grown onions being prepared for delivery. I can safely say, without fear of contradiction, that this pilot project with the North Andros Farmers Navy is well on the way to making a major dent in our food import bill. This is what you call Bahamians feeding ourselves. Our ministry via BAIC intends to duplicate this commercialization program on additional family islands in the coming months, as wholesalers are living up to their commitment made last year to purchase locally grown produce. I am also advised that the optimism of North Andros pilot farmers remains extremely high, with sales of over $250,000 generated from December last year to April this year. $250,000, with most of that being paid back to local Bahamian farmers. Additionally, BAIC recently held its 4th annual food processing festival called Taste and Tell. This event showcased the amazing processed food items produced by local food entrepreneurs, and this year's event exceeded last year's numbers in terms of participating vendors, up from around 40 to 50 vendors. And also included was the Pawn Band, a band of which I had the pleasure of joining as a band member for the bass guitar. This event proved to be a treasure trove of Bahamian ingenuity and a huge indicator that Bahamians are well on their way to taking a large chunk of store shelves in the processed food aisles in grocery stores. We back those foreign imports over and probably even off the shelf. I am advised that participants have applauded the effort of BAIC and is reported to have made good sums of money for their time and effort. Like my little buddy Jonathan through Broome Street always says, show me that little thing. That's what BAIC is definitely doing. BAIC has also introduced, Mr. Deputy, National Crop Calendar. Additionally, we are pleased to report that BAIC continues to lead the way for the creation of a national crop calendar in collaboration with several other areas within our ministry, as well as with external stakeholders. And we are hopeful that this will shortly conclude and be ready for full implementation in the very near future. Mr. Deputy, the Golden Yoke. The Golden Yoke Egg Poultry Project is now on track to significantly increase the production of eggs in the country. The construction of the following related buildings, I am advised by the member for Central and South Eleuthera, have commenced. 1 pullet or day-old chick buildings holding approximately 25,000 chicks. 2 chicken egg layer houses holding approximately 10,000 hens each. And I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, this ain't no golden joke. 10,000 of those chicks are here now in country. They're here. They're here. Delay is not a tattoo, St. Barnabas. It's only a bruise. Keep that in mind. 1 egg processing facility capable of processing up to 8,000 eggs per hour, and 1 administration building for the management and oversight of the project. 1 farmer's facility for their lockers, showers, and changing rooms, and 1 new feed mill. Mr. Deputy, I got to send a shout out to the good member for Southern Shores, because this was his baby. So Southern Shores, I'll say that again. 1 new feed mill building to provide regular high-quality feed for the layer hens as well as other farm animals. The current feed mill building that is in existence has been here for over 40 years. Wow. It's high time we give the people something new to work with. Yes. Mr. Deputy, we've also introduced 500 laying chicks into a school program throughout the islands of the Bahamas, which is also expected to have transformative educational and nutritional impacts. This initiative serves as hands-on educational agriculture educational tools, provides students with practical knowledge in farming, animal husbandry, and sustainable food systems. The program contributes to improved student health by supplementing school meals with high-protein eggs with an average daily yield of 400 eggs. The schools can address malnutrition and improve concentration and academic performance. On Friday of last week, I personally visited the Shore program at GRAC, where we provided them with an additional 35 layers. What does that mean for this program? That means each and every Bahamian is now able to go to GRAC on any given day of this week and purchase a dozen eggs for under $6. $6 per dozen for locally grown Bahamian eggs, one of the best prices in this entire Caribbean region. Mr. Deputy.
Stop crying, man. It's there. Go buy your egg.
Mr. Deputy, this program has had a significant impact on several schools throughout the Bahamas. Ellen Coakley in Exuma, R.M. Bailey in Nassau, D.W. Davis in Centerville, H.O. Nash, and Centerville Primary, where work has been ongoing. Additionally, 4 schools in Grand Bahama will receive 100 chickens for the fall semester. And those chickens are currently being held at H.O. Nash School awaiting distribution. They are also here in country and on the ground. Mr. Deputy, if I can turn my attention now to BASFA, the Bahamas Agriculture, Health and Food Safety Authority. This indispensable entity is dedicated to safeguarding the health of our plants and animals while ensuring the safety and quality of the food we consume. With a committed team of highly skilled professionals, BASFA is exceptionally well positioned to establish the necessary infrastructure to address the evolving challenges we face in our ever-changing world. It regulates and enforces the rules and laws of the sanitary and phytosanitary agreements we've signed onto, helps to safeguard the country against risks from food contaminants, plant, animal, and pest diseases that can be detrimental to public health. We've all seen what happened recently to our brothers in the north with the outbreak of bird flu. As of September last year, BASFA has successfully digitized the agriculture permitting system, reducing processing times for certain permits from 2 weeks to just 2 days. All imports of plants, sod, trees, seeds, cut flowers, fruits, vegetables, live animals, pets, meats, and pet products, poultry products, eggs, and dairy must have the necessary documentation before entering this country. Under no circumstance will we be putting Bahamian lives at risk. As of April 30th this year, BASFA has approved 11,901 animal import permits and 3,507 plant import permits. I would also like to highlight the launch of the digitization of their inspection system for animal, plant, and food establishments, which seeks to support our agricultural stakeholders in improving biosecurity, increasing production, and accessing new markets that were previously unavailable to Bahamian producers. Another key milestone, Mr. Deputy, is the deployment of the region. Mr. Deputy, I'm saying this because I want the Bahamian people to understand the impact that we are making. The region's first mobile plant health diagnostic lab. Plenty first. That's what we're doing in this ministry. We just keep coming first. The deployment of the region's first mobile plant health diagnostic lab, which will be here in country by the end of July. Furthermore, in early 2026, we will introduce another first, the first biosecurity level 3 mobile veterinary public health laboratory and a mobile food safety laboratory. Biosecurity refers to measures that prevent introduction and spread of harmful organisms such as pests and diseases into specific areas. These efforts, Mr. Deputy, exemplify the Bahamas' proactive approach to pandemic prevention and preparedness by utilizing the latest available technology. In addition, BASFA has increased its plant and animal health staff complement by engaging authorized officers and program coordinators in Grand Bahama and Bimini. Our aim is to establish satellite offices on family islands. Did someone say expanding opportunity island by island? Absolutely. On family islands where there are high biosecurity risk ports of entry, such as Eleuthera, Exoma, and also Abaco. Students with scientific backgrounds now have the opportunity to seek gainful employment with BASFA right here at home. Mr. Deputy, I now shift to the Plant Protection Unit. The PPU has made significant strides in enhancing the Bahamas' agriculture health infrastructure this year. The introduction of the mobile plant laboratory will revolutionize plant health diagnostics by bringing advanced testing capabilities to farmers and stakeholders in the field, particularly in the family islands, where access to laboratory services has historically been challenging. The mobile lab will drastically reduce response times for pest and disease identification, thereby protecting critical crops such as pineapple, citrus, bananas, and coconuts, emerging from threats like citrus greening, tropical race 4, and the red palm mite, the latter of which can have devastating impacts on our straw industry. Mr. Deputy, the Food Safety and Quality Unit at BASFA is also tasked with streamlining and regulating all food along with the food chain within the Bahamas. Since the launch of our e-inspection system in January of this year, the unit has received numerous food business complaints about issues like uncleanliness, poor sanitation, substandard and expired food, and inadequate refrigeration, where a temperature of 40 Fahrenheit or below should be maintained, and for freezers at -18 or below, to help prevent bacterial growth and ensure food safety for public consumption. This has led to a steady flow of food businesses registering with us to ensure that they are in compliance with national food laws, enabling us to regulate this sector more effectively. Better quality food, healthier diets, means a healthier people.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Deputy, I must say, our officers from BASFA have been faced with harassment and insults while performing their duties. You know, no fisherman like to hear you call their fish stink. During the exercise of their duties and handing out necessary legal notices. But we are asking the general public to take some time and to please allow these professionals to do their job. There are processes in place should there be any question or query by the services performed by any of our officers. The services of BASFA are essential to the health and well-being of all Bahamians, residents, visitors to our shores. Not in the least to mention our roadside vendors, farmers and restaurant owners, coconut water vendors, and others. All of these persons benefit from the information shared. Earlier this year, the Food Safety and Quality Unit participated in our Coconut 360 project, fostering with other agencies to provide critical training to help to regulate our fast-growing and vibrant coconut water industry. BASFA remains committed to protecting the livelihoods of those in the food sector by ensuring the food they prepare and serve to the public follows best industry practice and does not result in persons falling ill due to cross-contamination. Mr. Deputy, the Veterinary Services Unit at BASFA is also critical to safeguarding food security and trade. It collaborates closely with various agencies to reduce the cost of household food items by facilitating the safe trade of international commodities through risk assessment. Each commodity entering our country is accompanied by a health certificate which attests to the meat and meat products processed under sanitary conditions according to the World Organization of Animal Health Standards. Significant progress has been made in establishing both completed and pending trade agreements with countries such as Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, Trinidad, Chile, and Jamaica, amongst many more. The Veterinary Services Unit remains committed to supporting local production as a means of enhancing food security
Mike, you got the
and
whole
promoting sustainable development.
crew. Marco said you got the whole crew.
He said he didn't let y'all know.
Additionally, BASFA will seek to implement school programs and community workshops to foster a culture of prevention, ensuring farmers, students, and the broader public understand their role in protecting our fragile ecosystems. Mr. Deputy, we are also pleased to announce that BASFA will be launching mobile labs, otherwise known as Science on Wheels, that will come directly to Bahamian farms, Bahamian markets. That's another place. But I don't. We get tired of showing off. We get tired of showing off in our ministry. We're doing all this for the Bahamian people. These mobile farms will come directly to Bahamian farms, markets, and communities. These labs will diagnose crops, check livestock, and ensure that our food is safe, all without requiring Bahamians to leave their islands. Why does this matter, you may ask? Well, let me explain quickly. When your goat gets sick, you shouldn't have to drive hours to find out what's wrong. When your onions, tomatoes, peppers, or sweet potatoes show signs of disease, you deserve answers fast, before the damage spreads. When you sell food in the market, your consumers deserve to know that it is clean and safe. We have 3 mobile laboratories, plant and animal health, for plant and animal health, food safety and quality. These mobile labs will ensure that we have a future where family island communities are no longer left behind. Can someone say expanding opportunities?
Expanding opportunities.
Island by island. Mr. Deputy, let's bring science to the soil, health to our harvest, and hope that every farmer, family, and field across our archipelago. A mobile plant, animal, and food safety lab can significantly reduce costs for rural farmers, particularly in relation to slaughterhouses, by offering on-site testing and processing. Mr. Deputy, I'd just like to touch quickly on some of the key achievements of the Plant Protection Unit in the 2024-25 period. Firstly, there was the development of the plant health diagnostic capacity. Secondly, the establishment of our PRA unit, which is for the prevention of pest introductions by minimizing the risk associated with trade and other pathogens. We've also enhanced capacity building and training. The PPU increased its staff complement through the hiring of a surveillance program coordinator and photosanitary coordinator. Plant health officers underwent training in order to maintain a resilient and effective plant health system, keeping up with emerging threats in light of increased global trade, travel, and climate change. There was also the development of a plant health emergency response plan for pests of priority, quarantine importance to the Bahamas, which is critical. That is critical to improving surveillance and monitoring. Additionally, the plan will also ensure that efforts are coordinated among various agencies and stakeholders. There was also the expansion of the inspection services, now extending to plant establishments in addition to agriculture consignments in New Providence through the introduction of the e-inspection program and improved compliance import regulatory system in Bimini and the surrounding keys. Mr. Deputy, the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute, otherwise known as BAMZI, remains a pillar of sustainable agriculture, marine research, and food security, advancing national development through education, training, and innovation. The contribution for the 2024-25 period and our upcoming plans underscore the vital role that BAMZI plays in nation building and food security. BAMZI, Mr. Deputy, within the last 2 months, has sold over $50,000 worth of tomatoes, sweet peppers, cucumbers, lettuce, green and purple cabbages, strawberries, to ensure that Bahamians get access to fresh, nutritious, and affordable fresh fruits and vegetables. Weekly containers are being shipped to New Providence for sale and distribution. I can provide you with something. Oh, yeah.
Say he wanted.
The poultry layer program enhancement through our Egg Academy carries a label that says, laid in the Bahamas. Right. Now we're talking about laying eggs. This will answer the clarion call for more locally produced poultry products, which includes, Central Grand Bahama, which includes over 3,000 layers, which are also on the ground at BAMZI as we speak.
Wow, that's very good.
These 3,000 layers, which are on site, go to further support the demand for locally produced eggs in this country.
They're alive, the 3,000 eggs.
Oh, they're alive and kicking. And clicking. The marine conservation achievements is also a part of a BAMZI certification program in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resource the Ministry of Tourism, Investment and Aviation, the National Audubon Society, the Bahamas Fly Fishing Industry Association. The National Flats Fishing Certification Program cohort consisted of 22 students, including, Elizabeth, 2 females.
What?
From islands across the archipelago,
I like this thing, man. She's the fun.
including Crooked Island,
Hey.
Exuma, Grand Bahama, Bimini, New Providence, North, and South Andres. Can somebody say expanding opportunities island by island?
Island by
Island by island.
The Flats Fishing Veteran Guide Certification Program has 12 seasoned guides from across the isles, including Eleuthera and Andres. Nature Tour Guide certifications. The current cohort focused on the islands of New Providence and Eleuthera and Andres are consisted of 22 students. As per Extension Services, BAMZI's Extension Services arm extends its reach to most major islands, including North Andres, South Andres, Cat Island, Eleuthera, and also Long Island. Extension officers engage directly with farmers and fisherfolk, providing training and support for various agricultural practices, including data collection, project implementation, and practical demonstrations of efficient farming techniques. As it relates to academic excellence, since its inception, BAMZI continues to make great strides academically through its college, which is the only specialty tertiary education institute of its kind, not in the Bahamas, not in the Caribbean, but in the world. BAMZI continues to actively, I know we agree on something. We agree on something there, Marcus City. BAMZI continues to actively recruit and admit students through targeted outreach initiatives, partnership with local schools, and national awareness campaigns. As a result, we have seen a significant increase in interest and applications from students across the Bahamas who recognize the value of pursuing meaningful careers in agriculture and marine science and related disciplines. Increased enrollment of 302 students, demonstrating growing interest in agriculture, environmental and marine sciences, and related disciplines. BAMZI students are also eligible for the Government Tertiary Education Grant, which affords qualified Bahamians free tuition for their degree and certification programs. There has also been the establishment of new collaborations with the A&M University and Athens State University, Stanford University. The tremendous benefits of these partnerships have included scholarships, in-state tuition, credit transfers, joint degree programs offering study abroad opportunities, and faculty and student exchanges and research development. Mr. Deputy, BAMZI is seeking to establish 10 to 20 acres of improved grassland pastures and lagoons as a forage bank on each family island. This effort will help livestock farmers focusing on developing their pastures and improving their husbandry practices. BAMZI continues to make significant strides in advancing agriculture and marine science, supporting the national vision for food security and economic resilience. The Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, Mr. Deputy, recently hosted our Agribusiness Expo 2025, and this was a much-awaited and highly successful Agribusiness Expo. The second held since the pandemic, under the theme, Agriculture is Bahamian Culture. Thousands of Bahamians, residents and tourists alike, visited the Gladstone Road Farmers Market during the two-day events held on the 12th and 13th of April. The main thrust of the expo was to create greater awareness among Bahamians regarding the adoption of our rich heritage and cultural agricultural practices while incorporating innovative and modern methods via engaging and interactive farming and other related lectures and various hands-on demonstrations. Additionally, the Agribusiness Expo served to provide a platform for our farmers, fishers, and artisans. some 80+ participants in total, which allowed them the opportunity to promote their Bahamian-grown and prepared products while empowering them economically. As a result of the Agribusiness Expo, my ministry is seeing a major interest expressed by members of the general public and organizations via telephone calls, emails, and office visits regarding how can one participate in future expos, acquiring information pertaining to agriculture and related initiatives such as backyard farming, and how to go about applying for agricultural farmland. This speaks volumes to the continued progress made by the ministry in their ongoing quest to promote and achieve greater levels of food security. Mr. Deputy, I can turn my attention to public markets. During the 2024-2025 budget year, public markets achieved significant accomplishments that strengthen operational performances and strategic impact at several of our cultural sites. These key locations received targeted investments aimed at enhancing infrastructure, promoting cultural preservation, and improving the overall vendor and visitor experiences. Collectively, these achievements reflect our commitment to revitalizing public markets and heritage sites as vibrant centers of commerce, culture, and community engagement. At our Waki, the clogging grease traps that once contributed to the frequent overflowing of septic tanks at the northern location has finally been resolved. That's something we can all be proud of. That's a Bahamian achievement. The ministry has installed industrial bulk containers for vendors to dispose of their used cooking oil, and a company has been engaged to clean and maintain the grease traps on a monthly basis. A new steel fencing gate has been erected at the entrance of the dump site at Seaward. The Ministry of Agriculture, in conjunction with the Ministry of Works and Family Island Affairs, has also carried out necessary upgrades to the electrical room and upgraded the cultural site, which seek to reduce the risk of fires at the site. Mr. Deputy, the ministry has also received drawings and scope of works to construct souvenir stalls and kiosks at the western end of the heritage site grounds. This project will aid with the relocation of several vendors off of the southern sidewalk. And plans are also in place to acquire a new 60-kilowatt 3pH diesel generator. The public restrooms operate on an electric pump system. So sometimes you see if the current go off, people can't use the bathroom. We'll be fixing that too. A failure in electrical supply would often result in the closure of restrooms. However, having this standby generator will seek to prevent such closures. Mr. Deputy, if we can turn our attention to Porterskey Dock. The ministry is continuing the work to upgrade Porterskey Dock in this budget year. This includes the renovation of the administrative building and the restroom areas, the refurbishment of the fruit and vegetable house. Additionally, several street lights have been repaired and refurbished by BPL. Thank you, Elizabeth. Additionally, a 20-kilowatt 3pH standby diesel generator has been acquired to supply power during power outages, but that too will soon be a thing of the past. To enhance the overall experience of operators, patrons, and visitors of Porterskey Dock, the ministry is facilitating the construction of a maritime passenger and freight terminal.
Yes,
That's right. To the assistance of D&T Shipping, passengers will now have a comfortable lounge that will provide seating and entertainment during the wait period before boarding their designated vessels to their destinations. We love our people. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hot meals and snacks will be available for purchase from the included snack shop. Treat our Yemen people goods in Barnabas. Currently, the process of freight collection and distribution is chaotic and disorganized at Porter's Key Dock. The terminal will enforce established regulation and best practices of a well-organized, well-managed maritime port, where vessels can be at berth at the rear of the building at the ready-to-receive cargo section, which will reduce the loading and offloading times. The operations will allow for safe storage of both dry and refrigerated cargo in the spacious warehouse that is set to come. The transit of large trucks and trailers will be reduced, and further hazards associated with the movement of these huge vessels on and off the dock, we all have experienced it, we all know about that, will be reduced because of the shorter distance required to travel. The location of the facility is optimum for the receipt of cargo. The entire ambience of Porter's Key Dock is expected to be transformed. The structure will create an atmosphere of quality, cleanliness, and professionalism. The inclusion of a marine parts store and a store that will provide fresh fish, fruits, and vegetables is also planned. A partnership with the Bahamas Agriculture and Industrial Corporation has been initiated to support this effort. Finally, the structure is being engineered to function even during adverse weather conditions and to be able to withstand hurricane conditions. Factors relating to the environment have been duly considered, and necessary approvals and collaborations will be sought from the relevant agencies. Mr. Deputy, if I can turn our attention now to Golden Gates, I know you've been waiting for this. The Blue Hill Road Farmers Market.
Yes, I love it. Talk about it.
At the Blue Hill Farmers Market, an audit of active and potential vendors was conducted, and there are approximately 20 vendors and 17 new applications. Meanwhile, construction and further extension of the garbage bin holding area has been completed, and ongoing daily garbage collection is being carried out at the site.
Thank you.
As a result, there are fewer complaints from residents regarding the unpleasant odors emanating from the site, and in particular from the garbage holding area. The filling of uneven surfaces and repaving of vehicular driveway is also to come, as well as a new welcome sign and entrance and exiting vehicle signs. This market will be redeveloped to be the new Arawak Key of the South, including the necessary structures which presently do not exist at the site. This redevelopment will include public restrooms, an administrative building to accommodate site operation managers and custodial staff. The redevelopment will also include at least 12 new businesses, along with other entrepreneurial operations.
Thank you, Centerville.
No problem. Mr. Deputy, let us not forget the Exomas Farmers Market. The Ministry of Works and Family Island Affairs is in the process of finalizing a design layout and order of magnitude for the construction and scope of work for this market, and we expect to receive that in short order. Mr. Deputy, the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources entered a groundbreaking PPP to establish 5 state-of-the-art hydroponic and vertical farms across the Bahamas. On the 26th of May, the ministry signed an MOU with Sustainable Technologies Limited, a 100% Bahamian-owned company, and Urban Kasan Farms Private Limited. This project is pegged at $24.5 billion, with the government investing $1.2 million. And the partnership will be done in 4 phases. Phase 1 will involve the necessary permits and financing. Phase 2 will involve the manufacturing. Phase 3 of the project is a transitional phase. As this project progresses, the focus will shift towards knowledge transfer and capacity building, gradually phasing out Urban Kasan's role as Bahamians will be trained to assume operational duties. By the 4th phase, the focus will shift entirely to a transfer of ownership to the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources, with Urban Kasan and Sustainable Technology Limited providing ongoing support. By the end of the final phase, we anticipate a workforce predominantly composed of fully trained Bahamian talent. And Mr. Deputy, I want to take the opportunity to show the Bahamian people that this ain't just talk. This isn't just talk. We have leafy grains already being harvested and ready for distribution.
Show them.
They're here. They're here. Locally grown.
Don't tell her. Very nice. Sorry.
Assurance. St. Barnabas. Let's see. Let's your bye. With the MOU successfully signed and phase 1 underway, this initiative is already demonstrating momentum. The partnership leverages significant private capital while ensuring eventual full national ownership of these strategic agricultural assets. We have already identified our first three locations, one in Abaco, one in Grand Bahama, and one in New Providence. And we are ramping up to full production with the immediate distribution to local restaurants such as BAIC and La Cavenia, an authentic Italian restaurant, with orders for Italian basil, arugula, Spanish, and all other types of lettuce. Some I didn't even know exist, with sites already identified as indicated earlier. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are well on the way. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this time, I'd also wish to indicate that the cultivation center in Hatchet Bay is about 70% completed and is on track to be fully completed by the end of October this year. This facility will be a mirror of the facility in New Providence, and plans are also underway for a cultivation center for Cat Island. If I can turn our attention quickly to our Coconut 360 program. There's so much program. The Coconut 360 program initiative in the Bahamas strategically combines health, entrepreneurship, and sustainability, aligning with UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. It uses local coconuts to reduce waste and create economic opportunities for Bahamians. The key project objectives include promoting healthy alternative beverages, stimulating local entrepreneurial activity with a specific focus on engaging young persons and women, advancing sustainable practices through significant waste reduction. To date, the initiative has built 10 brightly colored solar-powered vending booths, providing portable water. The project anticipates building a total of 16 booths by the conclusion of this program. This collaborative undertaking is spearheaded by an interministerial team comprising of representatives from our ministry, the Department of Agriculture, BAIC, BAMZI, and the Department of Environmental Health, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Ministry of Works, Beaches and Parks, and local government. Currently, 4 vendors are poised to finalize contractual agreements, with several additional applicants processing through qualification processes. All approved coconut vendors have successfully completed comprehensive food handler and food safety training, ensuring adherence to stringent public health standards. This initiative is also actively supporting vendors in the acquisition of necessary permits and licenses. The booths are available to qualified vendors at nominal rental rates. You see, we don't believe in locking up our coconut vendors. We believe in empowering them. A successful launch combined with an all things coconut festival took place on March 20th in Rawson Square. Right on down. At this event, our Honorable Prime Minister acknowledged the efforts of the initial 4 vendors, presenting them with ceremonial keys to their respective booths. This festival featured over 16 coconut artisans, showcasing a diverse range of coconut-based products, with many vendors, many of them, absolutely selling out their inventory ahead of schedule due to its overwhelming success. There was considerable interest from booth vendors and patrons in establishing that festival as an annual event.
I agree. We should.
Also, we also want to seek to strengthen our international ties. And in doing that, a memorandum of understanding between the Bahamas and the Dominican Republic will be taken to produce significant steps towards strengthening our agricultural sector and enhancing food security. We entered a new agreement that aims to increase domestic production and substantially decrease our reliance on food imports. Gone will be the days when produce fly over the Bahamas elsewhere, only to be brought back into the Bahamas at higher prices. This recently agreed upon collaboration seeks to deepen bilateral relations through focused agriculture initiatives. And we anticipate the formal signing of this agreement in days to come and look forward to the positive and transformative results it will yield for our nation's agriculture and landscape economy. Mr. Deputy, I wish to take a moment to speak not about figures or forecasts, but about the heart of our fisheries sector, the men and women whose work on the sea sustains communities, feeds our families, and anchors our cultural heritage. On the 16th of November last year, the ministry hosted the inaugural Anchor Awards at the BAMZI Convention Center, a night that will be remembered as a historic celebration of the fishing industry and those who define it. The event brought together more than 500 attendees from across the archipelago, including deep-sea captains, conch and lobster divers, family-owned businesses, youth and community advocates. It was the first national platform, first, again, Golden Gates. It was the first national platform solely dedicated to recognizing the contributions, excellence, and legacy of our fishers, and it was long overdue. The theme of the night was Legends of the Sea. The Anchor Awards were more than just a ceremony, Mr. Speaker. They were a public declaration that this government sees value and supports the fishing community. It was a night where our fishermen walked the red carpet, where the spotlight belonged to those who often operate out of sight. Angleston, you were there. But never out of importance. But, Mr. Deputy, the sea is only part of the story. To truly honor the full spectrum of Bahamian food producers, we must also lift up those who cultivate the land. Yes. And so today I am proud to announce that the ministry is preparing to host the second Agrarian Awards. Yeah, I'll do it again. Just as the Anchor Awards celebrates excellence in the fisheries sector, the Agrarian Awards are designed to recognize outstanding achievements in farming, agribusiness, youth development, women in agriculture, innovation in agri-tech, and community-based food security. The 2023 Agrarian Awards laid the groundwork. The ministry, in partnership with ADO, the Agricultural Development Organization, honored pioneers of the land, many of whom have worked in obscurity for decades, and gave them a national stage. In 2025, we will build on that legacy, expanding the scope, deepening community engagement, and ensuring that more farmers across our islands are recognized and celebrated. Can someone say expanding opportunity, yes, island by island? Together, the Anchor and Agrarian Awards form a cornerstone of our ministry's commitment to acknowledge the quiet heroes of our food systems, those who feed, protect, and sustain us. We didn't just give trophies or plaques. With the assistance of generous sponsors, we collectively gave away over $100,000 in cash and prizes. Mr. Deputy, in conclusion, while those on the other side of the inside and outside of this place have time to complain in hopes of gaining support and power, my colleagues and I do not share that luxury. We must remain focused on the business of national development, the common good of the Bahamian people, and the need for progress we have created to continue beyond 2026. It cannot be allowed to fall prey to the stop, review, and cancel culture of those who seek to replace us. At the National Conference on Independence in 1972, our nation's first Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Sir Lyndon Pindling, said, and I quote, "It takes no genius to destroy anything. It does take ingenuity to build." The Bahamas is currently in the midst of a time of rebuilding, reform, and revitalization. Island by island, day by day, this administration is setting an atmosphere of opportunity and empowerment for the Bahamian people. I ask that every person take advantage of this time in our country. The great volatility currently in the global economy and the hurricane season being upon us, the pace of progress can change in an instant. Now is the time for our people to prepare themselves through education, training, to endeavor to advance their current state and to invest themselves and in their country. Mr. Deputy, the progress we have made on behalf of the Bahamian people has created a time of great hope and optimism. But there is more work to do. We must move forward together in love and service to ensure that our little country becomes the benchmark for resilience, ingenuity, and prosperity. Mr. Deputy, before I take my seat, I must share with my colleagues and those under the sound of my voice. Be not afraid of the arrows that come by day. Galatians chapter 6, verse 9 says,
Speak, brother.
"And let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season, agriculture, we shall reap, if we faint not." Mr. Deputy, oh, I hope so. I hope so. Mr. Deputy, as a public servant dedicated to serving the people of Centerville who are here with us today, and indeed all Bahamians, I wish to share this with you. The Lord is my strength and my shield, and in him do I trust, and in him I am helped. Mr. Deputy, Centerville supports this budget. May God bless Centerville, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Through your contribution, the government has been very boastful about many programs within your ministry.
Yeah.
The Golden Yoke program, of which the government speaks about.
Golden joke.
In 2023, there was $15 million allocated for this program to produce some 27 million eggs for the Bahamian people. $15 million. There's now another $9 million that is being thrown at this program. During that time, the Bahamian people have had to be, they were faced with high egg prices, and not one egg has been produced. How does the government, how does the government reconcile an initial $15 million, and now an additional $9 million, but not one egg has been produced while the Bahamian people had to deal with high egg increases.
Golden joke. Golden joke. That's what it is.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central and South Eleuthera.
I think that the member for St. Barnabas is misled on this. I'll say it like that. But if he's got any questions in regards to the golden yoke, put it on the... Huh? Yeah, but this ain't question time, though. This ain't question time. But if they if they looked at the budget, right, and they looked at the fund and they looked at the allocation of the money spent, $15 million was never spent on the project. It was never spent on the project. No, you're talking about something else. He's talking about. He's trying to accuse the government. He's trying to accuse the government of spending $15 million and then spending another $9 million, which is incorrect. So I recommend the member for St. Barnabas retract that. Because read the budget. Read the budget.
Okay. Honorable members. Listen. The question was asked. Honorable member, you didn't answer. Let's move on. We have the honorable member for Marco City.
Deputy Speaker. No, Deputy Speaker. This ain't. What question was asked?
Okay.
The member for St. Barnabas said that we spent $15 million and that we allocated another $9 million. When the groundbreaking for the Golden Yoke, we announced what the project would encapsulate the total of the full project. You can't say we spent money then we never spent it. We didn't ask for nothing. The allocation was not spent. The allocation was not spent.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
We are not hearing from the government why it is after 2 years from February of 2023, there has been not one egg, a carton of egg produced from this program, and now the government is still expecting financial support for this program. So we're just asking why. The Bahamian people want to know why, especially given the fact that they've had to deal with the high increase in eggs over the past few months. And while the government boasts about this program, they were unable to bring any real relief to the Bahamian people, of which the member for Centerville has spoken about.
Not one egg.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Anytime I contribute in this place, I don't know if it went over his head when I said it. But as a result of the National Layer Program that came out through the Golden Yoke Program, we have more than several farms of locally produced eggs now offering. And as a matter of fact, the Bahamas was the first country in this region, Mr. Deputy, to get eggs below the price of $10 a dozen. And I indicated to the member for St. Barnabas that even today, in this country, he can now go to the Gladstone Road agricultural site and purchase from the Shore program eggs at under $6 a dozen. He can go to D&T Nursery and purchase eggs at under $8 a dozen. And we have recently distributed 1,000 eggs amongst 10 farmers who will all be contracting with us to sell eggs at a reasonable price, under $7. The proof is there in the pudding. And I invite you, he can go to, and he can also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, visit Essential Farms. He can also visit Essential Farms, that is run by Dr. Cargill, that has eggs now being sold for under $8 a dozen. And the Bahamas was the first country in this region to do it during the egg crisis. And I invite you, St. Barnabas, and anyone that wishes to join you, because the Golden Yoke site is there at the Gladstone Road Center for all to come and see exactly what we have said. And we invite you to join us. As a matter of fact, earlier this year, there was a press crawl where we actually invited all members of the press to come and hold the layers in their hand, hold the eggs in their hand. And now I extend the invitation to you and all who are with you on your side to join me in visiting and coming and seeing for yourself.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
The deputy, before the leader of the opposition
make his presentation. I mentioned a matter this morning, Mr. Deputy, of which I promised to lay a particular document. I will not go in further with regard to the issue of privilege, but to a statement that was made by the member for St. Anne's. And that, I read, I quote, "They are so arrogant, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they will pull back on social services aid, claiming they are focusing on the people's need." I'll just focus on that. First of all, Mr. Deputy, the member of St. Anne's could look no further than head 44 in the budget, where the allotment for social services for the year 2024 was $48,009,663. The allocation for 2025-2026 is some $53,774,475, an increase of almost $5.1 million, Mr. Deputy. So this misinformation that he likes to quote about the government pulling back, either he is going to pull back that statement or provide his proof that we have pulled back in our contribution and our allocation, Mr. Deputy. Thank you.
Thank you. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I'd like to thank Almighty God for this opportunity to be in this space speaking on behalf of the people of Marco City, and to say to them how grateful I am for this opportunity to serve you, this opportunity to help you and your family realize your dreams and expectations. I would also, Mr. Deputy, like to say a special thanks to all of the persons who have been supportive of our organization's cause to transform this country into the kind of country that all of us would be beneficiaries of the wealth of this country. Mr. Deputy, today we are debating the 2025-2026 budget. Mr. Deputy, when we discuss the budget, one of the things we are concerned about is what are the things that the government consider to be their priorities. And so we have come to this budget debate not only to respond to what is currently proposed in the budget, but most importantly, to shine light on what is missing, and also to remind the public about the Davis Cooper administration and what they have done over the last 3.5 years. I wish to say a pleasant good morning to my mother, Sister Laura Benson, who is, good afternoon to Sister Laura Benson, my mom, who's on Melbourne Road in Yellow Elder, and to say to Mom how much I love you, and to also say to my wife, Berlice, and my daughter, who's home, how much I love and appreciate you, and thank you for the ongoing prayers. Mr. Deputy, in this budget communication, once again, the Davis administration is asking the Bahamian people to wait and see. Wait and see. It'd be remiss of me not to also say a pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues who are here from not just the Senate, but a number of my colleagues who are here from the Free National Movement, to say how grateful I am to see all of you this afternoon. And just to let you know, when the other side bring their association, this side have the decorum to also cheer for them as loyal Bahamians who are interested in national development. And so, Wait and see. Wait and see.
Order, members.
We are called upon by this administration, Mr. Deputy, to wait and see if their projected budget surplus will materialize. Wait and see if their proposals will translate into lower light bills, more reliable power supply, and real jobs. They're calling on us to wait and see if the crime rate, particularly violent crimes, if it would go down. Our hearts go out to the many Bahamians who are grieving because they've lost loved ones, particularly those who have lost loved ones to violent crimes. And even in this place, when we attempt to get up and pay homage to them and extend condolences, they interpret it, particularly the Minister of National Security, as a cynical act because they cannot contemplate that we hurt when other Bahamians hurt. We stand because we are concerned about grieving families. We don't doubt that many of them are also concerned, but we are concerned when their cynicism shows through, when we stand to say, we grieve with you, we pray for you, and we need as a country to work for better. Wait and see if our healthcare system will rescue itself. Wait and see if the $120 million mentioned by the Deputy Prime Minister for the Grand Lucayan, wait and see if it is in the bank. They are calling for us to wait and see if this government can finally deliver on many of the promises it made 3.5 years ago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of the Bahamas have waited long enough. More than a month ago, we wrote the Prime Minister and the developer requesting a full briefing on the Grand Lucayan deal. To date, we've received responses from the developer, have had an opportunity to speak with one of the attorneys for the developer, and will in due course meet those concerned. With respect to the Prime Minister, he indicated on his feet that he has not seen the letter, notwithstanding it was emailed and hand-delivered, as we have done on numerous occasions before. For all of the government's failures, they want you to believe that they have transformed this country, that they have set many records. They keep talking about we're the first in so many areas. And yet, Madam Speaker, the pains of our people cry something different than what they seek to represent. That many lives are not improved because of any effort that they have made. But yet they beat on desks, pat themselves on the back while our people are struggling on so many levels. But if the Prime Minister wants to talk about track record or records, let's talk about them. Let's discuss them for a moment. Yes, the record number of direct awards, single source contracts with no bid contracts, somewhere around $415 million and counting. The record number of costly trips, bloated and often oversized delegations that often have persons who are not serving any particular purpose for that meeting. I want to talk about track record and the record number of consultants, that this budget will only increase the number of those consultants. More than $250 million at the end of this fiscal period. Mr. Deputy, we want to talk about track record and records. The record number of positions that are being filled by persons who they have brought back into the system. And many of them have been brought back in the very same or similar position that they held before. So some would argue that this could even be a record number of double dipping. Let's talk about the government that has presided over an economy that had experienced rising inflation, increased debt in some respects, and for sure, inside deals. Let's talk about a PLP administration that in just 9 months have increased the public debt by $402.5 million. And I will lay the document, Mr. Deputy, while cutting back spending on social assistance for Bahamians trying to feed their families. We'll lay that document as well. Over the same period. That's the record that they are running from. They are selective in picking what they will highlight for our attention. This government has turned wait and see into a national policy in many respects, waiting on crime strategies to have an impact and waiting on the healthcare improvements to occur. As the government borrows almost $300 million for a specialty hospital, even as the existing general hospitals, the RAN and the Princess Margaret, continue to deteriorate, unable to manage and improve what we have, and yet they sell us a bill of goods that they are on their way to completely transforming the healthcare sector. We believe, Mr. Deputy, that this is a time for forward thinking and forward acting leadership. At the time, the facts will be seen. In the meantime, while they engage in a flurry of activity, as if they are extremely busy doing things for the people, they are asking us each time you question them for the details, wait and see. It is interesting, Mr. Deputy, that the Prime Minister engages in the process of asking early for a new term in office. Whenever you see politicians are preoccupied asking for a new term when they are still early in the old term, it tells you, Mr. Deputy, that it is about them, it's not about the people. Imagine. They're talking, in year 2, they were talking about a new term, rather than talking about how to fulfill the mandate that the Bahamian people gave them. Let us look for a moment, Mr. Deputy, at budget surplus, their claims versus the reality. Over the last 2 weeks, the Prime Minister and the PLP members of Parliament stood here and painted a picture of remarkable economic recovery growth and spoke of surpluses in spreadsheets and rising tides that are supposed to lift all boats, and used posters to make their point. Let me be clear. Today I intend, as my colleagues have effectively done over the past 2 weeks, to correct the record and put in context our recent history of slow and low growth trajectory that this economy is on. One would think, for the way they talk, that maybe the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Exuma, was telling the truth when he says, "We are booming," was his words.
That's right.
But just go over the hill.
That's one.
Just go Mason's addition and ask my brothers and sisters. Just go.
The chair
7th Street to
recognizes
Grove.
the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The clock.
Mr. Deputy, I think when the member for Marco City is going to quote me, I think he should use some context, right? Not his context, Mr. Deputy, the accurate context. If he would do so, we would be able to follow him appropriately. Otherwise, we think he's politicking again.
Mr. Deputy, the Deputy Prime Minister indicated that we are booming. And we're saying in Grand Bahama, it isn't true. We're saying in New Providence, it isn't true. The question is, who is booming? Who is booming? Chances are there are some folks that he knows is booming. The few are booming, but the majority are waiting for that opportunity to participate in the development of this country. We were told that this is the first balanced budget with a surplus since independence. We brought that article, of course. They were quick to backpedal. They are exceptionally good, Mr. Deputy, at moonwalking when pressure comes. And so they were quick to backpedal after the public disbelief at that statement was shared. And then they moved quickly to remind folks that this was only a projection. I was here, I heard the Prime Minister. It certainly wasn't casted as a projection. They carried on as if it was a done deal. There's no surplus just yet. Of course, what he's saying, again, we just have to wait and see. The fact is that if there was a real surplus, it would still not amount to a serious plan. They haven't released a serious plan. The numbers on the spreadsheets don't pay the bill. They do not treat patients. They do not fix schools. And they certainly do not put food on Bahamian tables. While they fixate on a future surplus to get a favorable headlines, they are big on headlines, they clearly forgot the frustrations of everyday Bahamians. They've forgotten that Bahamians have far more urgent priorities. The PLP once claimed, Mr. Deputy, to stand for equality, justice, and opportunity, and I remember that period as a young child. And many of our families, many of us in this room, our families, signed up for that cause to make sure that equality was ushered in the Bahamas. But sadly, Mr. Deputy, today they are a shadow of their former selves. Many of them have departed from the founding ideals of even their own organization. What was once a people's movement has morphed into an organization often paying closer attention to the privileged, or in some cases acting in self-interest. Their modern legacy, Mr. Deputy, has been defined by a tremendous amount of lip service. And their values, some of them, Mr. Deputy, have been traded in for political convenience. Mr. Deputy, let us look for a moment at the reality of the economic performance under the Davis-Cooper administration. Since taking office, this government has measured its fiscal performance against the lowest point in our economic history in the aftermath of twin calamities. Think about this for a moment, Mr. Deputy. The depths of a global pandemic did not only impact the Bahamas, but it impacted countries around the world. And a number of countries in this region was adversely affected by Dorian, the worst hurricane in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. COVID, Mr. Deputy, came on the heels of Dorian. And it is interesting that this government, when it talks about how well it's doing today, they go back to a period where not just the Bahamas, but countries in this region, and in the case of COVID, countries around the world, was experiencing the most difficult time in many of their own economic histories. The combined impact, Mr. Deputy, just for context, of Dorian and COVID on the Bahamas economy was somewhere in the region of $7 billion, with a B, billion dollars. The PLP knows full well this is an disingenuous benchmark designed to mask their underperformance and their own mismanagement. So they have sought to compare their performance to our performance against the backdrop of two calamities resulting in a $7 billion hit. The reality is much of the government's reported revenue growth is not the result of improved tax policy, but rather a direct consequence of sustained inflation. According to the data from the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, the cost of goods and services have increased by close to 15% since 2021. In a country where consumption taxes make up the vast majority of all taxes collected, this rise in prices has naturally increased the amount of tax collected by the Davis-Cooper administration. They are halfway good tax collectors. Tell the truth. That's what I asked them today. Bahamians are being taxed more because they are paying more for everything. And over the past 4 years, these inflated costs have driven up VAT receipts and customs duties, not because of sound fiscal strategy, but because the average household is bearing the burden of higher prices. Worse, Mr. Deputy, by putting tax back on breadbasket items and other essentials, the poorest Bahamians have had to bear a disproportionate share of this increased tax yield, further compounding the effects of the cost of living crisis. The bottom line, Mr. Deputy, is that this administration's revenue gains are built more on inflation than the innovation they would have us believe. This administration cannot continue, Mr. Deputy, to to rewrite history to suit its political convenience. While they now rail against deficits and debts, they conveniently forget that they stood shoulder to shoulder with the FNM in Parliament, voting for every national budget and every emergency stimulus, every tax deferral, and every borrowing resolution needed to navigate the twin crises of Hurricane Dorian and the global pandemic. They were there. They participated. They supported, despite everything they are saying today. Let's be clear. They endorsed every fiscal decision they now pretend to oppose. Cat Island was there. Exuma was there. Angliston was there. Unfortunately, they got rid of our friend. Their sudden amnesia is not just dishonest. It's insulting to the Bahamian people who live through those hard years and understand why those extraordinary measures were necessary. We do not forget that it was none other than the now member for Exuma, the now Deputy Prime Minister, who at the onset of the pandemic suggested that the government should borrow up to Mr. Deputy, up to $2 billion, a sum much greater than the $1.3 billion that the government agreed upon at the time. We recommended 1.3. The deputy leader of the Progressive Liberal Party, the member for Exuma, recommended $2 billion at that time. So when the Prime Minister, we're going to lay that document just to refresh his memory. So when the Prime Minister talks about fiscal cliffs and ballooning debt, he should start by looking in the mirror. Because at the time, he and his parliamentary colleagues were not only involved, they were, in a sense, co-authors, rightly agreeing on extraordinary measures that were necessary at the time. If we are serious about assessing the state of our economy today, we must acknowledge a couple of things. In fact, we should look at the whole picture, the full picture. The impact of the back-to-back national disasters, a historic inflation surge, and the lingering cost of living crisis. And while the Bahamas has begun to recover, the real work still lies ahead. This administration should have sober conversations with the population about their true plan of action, their strategic plan on how we will navigate a difficult future. What we need now is not a revisionist spin, but bold reform and honest leadership to put our country and public finances on a sustainable ground. Serious national progress demands serious leadership. It requires structured, transparent plans built on real consultation with those impacted. Bahamians continue to complain that this government often brings legislation with minimal consultation, but they make policy decisions with even less. But this is not the PLP way. They know better, they feel. This is a government consumed by image over impact. Beneath the glitz is a hollow vision, driven largely by partisan political gain, rather than public good for the many. They reward the connected, while asking the rest of the country to simply wait and see. In other words, you complaining, wait your turn. You can't trust, Mr. Deputy, the member for Cat Island, with our future. Just look at his past, the way he loves to look at others. After 30 years representing Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, he failed to deliver even on the basics. He talks about his life, rich life experiences. But his record is one of missed opportunities and empty promises. It took the FNM to bring potable water to Cat Island. Not just.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Water to Cat Island. When the refrain of the previous administration, right, under the chairmanship of someone who sits in here now, was that I stayed there many years and didn't lay a pipe. That was your refrain. Brave Davis didn't lay any pipe.
No pipe.
But I want them to know. And I said then, right, that when Brave Davis lay pipe, he spends his own money. He don't use the corporation money.
Mr. You take it. You stop the clock. The clock is stopped. You stop the clock.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Firstly, respect to the pipes in Cat Island. The first contract for the pipes in Cat Island was signed in December 2020. Prior to that, there were no pipes in Cat Island.
Mr.
The chair recognizes.
ISD at that time was contracted to fulfill those works, and we left those works ongoing at the point when we lost the government.
Order,
those works
members.
were ongoing.
Mr.
Order, members.
Mr. Deputy,
Order.
for 30 years, the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador could not put potable water or lay pipes in Cat Island for 30 years. Let me lay out the facts for you. The member was the Minister of Works and still could not take care of the infrastructural work required for Cat Island, was in charge of urban renewal and still could not take care of the many needs of houses that had been damaged by successive storms. When I raised the issue in this House, Mr. Deputy, that the Prime Minister for 30 years could not meet many of the basic needs in Cat Island's infrastructure, on his feet, sitting where I believe Exuma, close to where Exuma is, he made the point, I asked for 30 years, I asked. That was his answer. Imagine that. For 30 years, you are a member of parliament for an area, and the most fundamental things people need, water, the Minister of Works, the Minister with responsibility for water and sewage. Think about that for a moment. Some of you, junior members, you have been able to do things in your constituency in 4 or 5 years he could not do in 30 years. Should be ashamed.
The chair recognizes the honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Rumkey and San Salvador.
Yes, I spent 30 years as a representative of Cat Island. But I hope you notice that I was re-elected. So it must have been I was doing something. Now, see, the people in Cat Island are wise people. Yes, that's why they rejected you. Remember, they rejected you. When I sat and said I had to ask, yes, I was a part of a team. All right? What I said to you, yes, as all members of parliament who sit, they have to ask. And that's what I was doing. I also reminded you that most of those 30 years, we were not in power. You were. And I reminded you that when the former Prime Minister Hubert Ingram spoke for you in Adderstown, what did he tell the people? I never did anything for you all. But you all give me him, and I'll do something next time. And what they did, they said no to him, and now I am here, I have the pen, and things are happening.
The member was elected, and his government was in fact in place, and he was the deputy prime minister, and still did not have any footprints, So think about it. So he's not the father of progress.
Order,
He's
members.
not the father of progress in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. because he has failed to create an environment where the children of grandmothers and grandfathers cannot dream of going back to that particular constituency, because he's failed to create an economy that they can imagine a future there. I've said tongue-in-cheek that if Columbus came back, he would recognize the constituency under this Prime Minister. And so here he is, attempting to convince the public that he is in a position to cast a broad vision for the entire country, when one need only look at his own constituency and his performance there. Compare it, for example, against, let's just say, Hubert Alexander Ingram, and what he was able to do in less time in his constituency. So when you want to examine somebody's potential for the future, examine what they have been able to accomplish in the past. And he has failed. Let us look for a moment. This government claims that they are moving towards a balanced budget. But how? They have increased the borrowing, and it will continue in this cycle, including over $400 million in the first 9 months of this fiscal year. Consider this for a moment. And still, and this is the part that got me, for the first 9 months, the budget deficit still stands at $332 million. They claim that we are living in an era of economic expansion, but expansion for whom? They have catered in many cases to the few. We are interested in catering to the majority of Bahamians. This is an economy that for everyday Bahamians, it is a struggle. But for those persons with whom they are very close, it is a different story. This is an economy best built to benefit the privileged and the potentially and the politically connected. Just ask the small business owners and entrepreneurs in this country. They are being buried under new taxes, rising fees, expanding compliance requirements, and the costs that go with it, with little to no public education and support from this Davis-Cooper administration. Ask those persons about the new water and sewage fees, which they, bold-faced stand up and deny that, oh no, this happened from the 1st of May, as if that would make it any better. Ask the realtors. Ask their own fraternity, the lawyers. Ask those who are intending to expand their property about what this government is going to do to make sure that they are unable to reclaim the VAT. Ask them. Realtors now face 3% VAT penalties if they fail to comply with confusing and poorly communicated sales rules. Tour operators and small businesses are navigating shifting tax burdens and licensing hurdles that threaten their survival. Meanwhile, $57 million more is being handed out in additional subsidies to state-owned enterprises, many of which continue to operate inefficiently and with no performance oversight. This government is tightening the reins on the private sector while loosening accountability in the public sector. And what do entrepreneurs hope to gain from this administration? Little access to low-interest credit, no expansion of micro loan facilities, no business incubators in the Family Island. They are just now forecasting, well, some are going to come. Just more rules, more paperwork, more broken promises. I live in Grand Bahama, and I can tell you, when Kwesi Thompson was in the office of the Prime Minister, you could benefit from, no matter what your political persuasion was, the possibility of loans, the possibility of grants. It is a different kind of experience today. Under this administration, we are not witnessing economic growth. We are watching the rise of two different societies, two-tier economy. One where insiders get contracts without bidding, and another where the rest of the country, especially our young people, Family Island residents, and small business owners are told to wait and see. In fact, they better cultivate a relationship with some of the big boys if they hope for any chance of subcontracts even reaching them. This is not equity. This is not empowerment. This is economic exclusion. But under the F&M, we will deliver bold and practical solutions that empower entrepreneurs. We'll cut the red tape. We'll drive real economic growth for all. We will deliver no less than $10 million annually in grants to small and micro businesses, with dedicated funding for young entrepreneurs. Family islanders and marginalized communities will benefit under the F&M administration. Everyone gets access. No one is left behind. Overall, government agencies like Inland Revenue has to be changed. What must be changed in Inland Revenue? We have to eliminate the arrogance. We have to eliminate the intimidation. We have to eliminate the red tape. Our government will serve residents as well as empower business owners. We will not harass them. We will not be going into establishments with armed officers to intimidate Bahamians who are following the law. That's their way, not ours. We will serve our community, residents and businesses, with clear customer service standards and real accountability. We'll streamline construction permits to match global best practices. Where needed, we will outsource to certified professionals so that we can eliminate unnecessary delays in having projects inspected and the inspections approved. Mr. Deputy, we will activate a true one-stop shop for major Bahamian and international investments. Invest Bahamas. It's promised by the PLP but shelved. This will finally become a reality under the F&M. We will adopt a fair rules-based investment approval process with clear criteria and minimal political intervention. They want you to come to them. For what reason, one can only speculate. We should have a rules-based society. Fully digitize the approval process, cutting delays, boosting transparency, and allowing every step to be tracked in real time. Eliminate the current system that forces businesses to estimate, think about this nonsense, to estimate and prepay next year's licensing fees. We ought to reverse this one-size-fits-all audit mandate. Some only need a review, not an audit. We should assess and improve the VAT payment system and the timeline to ease pressure on businesses and improve cash flows. This is not an administration, Mr. Deputy, that is committed to accountability. You will see as we lay out the case today. For them, accountability is a slogan. For us, it is a standard. While we haven't been perfect, Mr. Deputy, while we haven't been perfect, the F&M has led with greater transparency than the Davis-Cooper administration could ever hope for. We have enacted the Fiscal Responsibility Act to advancing the Procurement Act. In contrast, the PLP has spent the last 3.5 years dismantling those laws, gutting those laws. They do not follow the rules. They are serial lawbreakers. Let me break it down even further. They are busy making decisions that tantamount to betraying the public's trust and rewarding insiders, while hard-working Bahamians are left behind and whistleblowers feel intimidated. You remember the immigration matter. The member for Cat Island was more concerned about how the information got in circulation rather than whether the information was true about one of his ministers. Of course, he has since moved that minister. They refused to follow the Procurement Act they inherited. They called it unworkable, you remember that? Only to pass nearly identical legislation in 2023. And they continue to violate that too. They violate the old and they violate the new. Under pressure from the opposition and international voices, they began just recently publishing some contract awards online, but not all. Not all, not all. State-owned enterprises, we can't find them. We noticed that for 16 months of reports published to date, we do not see one single entry from the Ministry of Tourism. Imagine that. Imagine that. The Deputy Prime Minister's ministry. He has either done no procurements over that time, or he has simply refused to set the example and comply with the publication requirements of the Public Procurement Act. The Public Accounts Committee confirmed, I want you to hear this. The Public Accounts Committee confirmed that the procurement unit head, Mr. Carl Oliver, indicated that all ministries and state-owned enterprises have access to the training and tools required to comply with the procurement law, which simply means we ought to make sure that when we're doing business for the government, we allow persons to bid, and then we pick the most suitable bid in the most basic way I'm explaining it, and then we engage in business. Every ministry, including state-owned enterprises and the Ministry of Tourism, was made aware of how this process works. And yet they still break the law. Major entities like the University of the Bahamas Water and Sewage, NIB, Public Hospital Authority, Bahamas Air, all of them seem to have failed to publish their procurement rules or disclose contracts over $25,000 as required by law. Now, if we've missed anything, we just want them to just bring the public up to date. But we dug through the limited data online, and we brought the document to support it. That what we found out about the direct awards meaning no competitive bid, just decide on, that's my boy, yeah, that's my buddy, that one, we can give them the contract direct. That's what we mean by direct awards. From small to massive direct awards, as we examined that list, it turned out to be staggering. Here's what we discovered. They granted over $400 million in direct awards to more than 900 companies. While hundreds of Bahamian companies struggle to survive, a handful flourish.
Say it slow.
They granted over $400 million in direct awards to more than 900 companies. Some contracts reveal that senior public servants have government contracts, including for at least a ministry that they were associated with in a manner that clearly constitutes a conflict of interest. So let me just pause there. So that could be something like somebody is investigating a particular ministry. It wouldn't be a good thing if they have a contract for that ministry. By way of an example. The Prime Minister canceled, according to one of the dailies, and we brought that article as well today. The Prime Minister canceled the contract, one such contracts, supposedly. However, the company appears to have a $58,000 monthly contract with another corporation, with the Mortgage Corporation. So we'll just lay that document in case we missed something. As well as another contract for Junkanoo Beach. Seeing that the Prime Minister understands the conflict of interest issue, given his cancellation of the first contract, if what we have heard and read is accurate, we would like to know why are these other two contracts held by a company that is owned by a senior police officer, and would they not be considered conflicts of interest? The bottom line is, it raises the question of trust. Are they making decisions simply when the light is not being shone on them, and when it is shone, they take limited action to give the impression that they are committed to the rule of law? The Prime Minister has touted his considerable rich experience, life experience, I think is the way he referred to it. And despite that fact, they claim an administrative error when the government was caught offering a no-bid $183 million contract. I guess the Prime Minister's so-called rich, extensive life experiences did not help him to avoid the $183 million administrative error. They bought ambulances that ill-fit the needs of the people that they were designed to serve. An essential emergency equipment. They paid $1 million breakup fee for an energy deal that collapsed. We bought that document to lay that as well. Let me remind you that at a time when grocery bills are higher, rent is rising, and gas prices are squeezing families, the Davis administration still found money for private planes. I mean, think about that. People are struggling to eat in this so-called booming economy. And they found time for private planes, inflated travel budgets, and government PR. But they could not find money for people who needed help the most.
Yes.
And all of us in here on both sides who have constituents know that people are suffering and need help. But oftentimes the funds are not available. That isn't governance. It's a lack of concern for the very people we are elected to serve. The Davis-Cooper administration priorities are wrong, dead wrong. And let us come to the golden goose that lays the golden egg, our tourism sector. Some contend, and the figures appear to bear them out, that tourism numbers in some respects, despite the claim of robust growth in all sectors and a booming economy, it appears that some areas have seen some stalling. Like many tourist destinations, the Bahamas benefited from a global wave of pent-up travel demand after the pandemic. This is the point we've been making. Each time members get up to speak, a number of them, they begin their presentation giving the impression, Mr. Deputy, giving the impression that all is lost. They give the impression that we are on not only we are on the cliff, we had slipped off the cliff and they reached over and caught the country. And yes, the Ministry of Tourism played its part just as their Caribbean counterparts did. But let's be honest. The driver behind this recent tourism surge that the member for Exuma loved to brag about, one of the big parts of it is the Nassau cruise port. Yeah. So the pent-up demand that existed, after COVID, the rebound had already started when Dr. Minnis was in the chair. And we gave you the figures and we brought the article, 13.7 economic growth. Yes, the country was closed. Yes, Bahamians were pissed off. Many of us, we pissed off too. But the reality is when the government changed, the economy was already opening and there was a 13.7% economic growth rate. So again, they sought to mislead us as if all of a sudden they appeared and boom, there was an explosion. No, there was pent-up demand. One of the initiatives that played a role was the cruise port. No less than the member for Carmichael, and we brought that article, made the point that the cruise port deal was the worst deal in the history of the Bahamas. He didn't say that for none of the BPL deals. He didn't say that for no aspect of the BPL deal or the moorings deal, but he said the cruise port was the worst. And that's very interesting. But his colleagues, including numbers 1 and 2, are celebrating left, right, and center. And so the PLP is now bragging about the very thing in their own cabinet, a couple of their members telling them, man, that's the worst possible deal. I don't know how you all support that. Tourism is, in fact, our lifeline, and we support it. And we will work with the government where it makes sense and they are open and transparent. But it's stopover visitors, not cruise passengers alone, who are the true engine of our tourism growth. They stay longer, spend more money, over $2,000 per person for stopover visitors compared to less than $75 if you want to be generous, less than $100 for cruise passengers. Our Minister of Tourism needs to release his strategic plan on how we can benefit more, both from cruise passengers as well as from stopover visitors. Here are the facts. The fact is that the economic engine, that is stopover visitors, the numbers are not doing as well as the bombing on the table across there suggests. Stopover arrivals dropped by 0.2% in 2023 and nearly 4% in the first quarter of 2024, according to the central bank. I believe it's on the sign. In fact, for the last 9 months straight, in fact, air arrivals to the Bahamas have declined compared to the previous year, and we'll lay the document for that.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
It's not true. And secondly, I notice he's displaying, I hope he come to explain it, but he's noting regional tourism performance to the year is 11+%. And I reckon somebody made this up for him, but maybe he should check it, because I suspect the numbers he is comparing is incorrect. I know they're incorrect. I suspect he is He's conflating the two issues. Perhaps he doesn't understand what he's saying, but I will leave it to him to explain. But he's wrong, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Grace of God, you will be delivered from the arrogance that afflict you. I continue. In fact, for the last
Members.
9 months,
Order,
Mr. Deputy.
members.
Sorry, is the point of order?
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
This is-
Order, members.
This is not a barroom. This is Parliament, Mr. Deputy. And the member ought to speak as if it's Parliament and not be offensive, Mr. Deputy. This is not a barroom. That's right. This is not, it's not a stage, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Deputy, through July, August, and September, and October, through July,
Honorable Member, are you going to withdraw?
no,
Their state.
arrogance is a statement of fact. I mean, it's to Mr. Deputy, for someone to suggest that they understand a thing and others do not understand a thing it reeks of arrogance. And so I will lay the document. I don't mean. Sorry, Mr. Deputy, I do not mean to be offensive to Exuma, but I certainly.
We'll have it expunged from the record. Yes, it is expunged from the record.
Through July, August, and September, as well as October, November, and December, and let's go further, January, February, and March, we have seen air arrivals drop. And the member for Exuma and Ragged Island revealed in his contribution on Thursday past that this fall off continues. That's the member for Exuma. He said that air arrivals are down for April as well. So it is actually 10 straight months, almost a full year.
Member, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The member is misquoting me, Mr. Deputy. At the end of the first quarter, air arrivals were down. At the end of the fourth month, air arrivals had increased relative to the end of the third month. The member does not know the numbers, and he's not paying attention to explanations, Mr. Deputy, and his charts are wrong. They're absolutely wrong. No, you didn't quote me. No.
Mr. Deputy, while our numbers fall, the rest of the region, and I'll cite the source, the rest of the region is climbing. Stopover growth in Belize, 17.8%. Barbados, 10.7%. Dominican Republic, 5.9%. Turks and Caicos, 10.7%. The Bahamas. What is the Bahamas rate? One of just 4 regional destinations that saw stopover visitors decline in 2024. And Mr. Deputy, I will lay all of the documents. The fall off, Mr. Deputy, in stopover visitors is not simply some regional trend. It is a challenge that we are having. If the government were truly bullish on economic growth, they would not be projecting. So I need everyone to hear this. If the government was truly bullish on economic growth, they wouldn't be projecting just 1.7% growth for the next fiscal year, a 35% drop from last year's forecast, and well below the regional Caribbean average of 2.5%. Despite bragging about $10 billion with a B in so-called investments, amended by the Deputy Prime Minister, $12 billion in so-called investments, something doesn't add up. Yes, cruise arrivals are up, but for 10 straight months, stopover tourism has declined for year over year, while our regional peers are growing, and still, this government has no clear plan on how to turn it around. Let's for a moment concede to the Deputy Prime Minister that the percentages are elevated. The truth is, he still has not revealed a strategic plan on how to increase stopover visitors, because it appears as if those persons who were coming from the eastern seaboard, those persons who were coming from Florida, Those stopover visitors have been converted generally into cruise passengers. That's the fact, and he does not have an answer for it, Mr. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Whilst the member celebrates his weak applause over there, I would simply say again that his assertions are wrong. I spoke for 2 hours. I laid out many of the things that the Ministry of Tourism is doing, but yet he continued to seek to denigrate the great work of the Ministry of Tourism. And that's covered on page, what, 44?
83.
He's wrong. He's wrong again, Mr. Deputy.
I thought it's on page 83.
The Deputy, an F&M government under my leadership will act swiftly and strategically, and we will not react so sensitively. We will work with tourism stakeholders to launch a targeted stopover recovery plan, including stronger advertising, expanded airlift from key markets, and accelerated Family Island Airport's upgrade. They talk a lot about airports, but the question is, when would they complete at least one? We will diversify our reach, tapping into Canada, Europe, Africa, Latin America, and Asia, many of the markets where persons are no longer going to the U.S. in the numbers they were going before. No more wait and see. We will invest in world-class heritage, ecotourism, and cultural attractions, ensuring Bahamian creatives, artisans, and artists and entrepreneurs are front and center. Owning and operating the amenities both at cruise ports in the major population centers, as well as getting more of what they deserve from the private islands. And so the question is, what is it that the Minister with respect for tourism is not yet doing? I close on this section of this speech by saying he's refusing to lay out a strategic plan on how to raise the stopover visitors and get more resources from the cruise passengers. He needs a roadmap for growth. He needs a strategy focused on resilience. And so far, he's not been able to provide either the explanation or to create the momentum required. Under the F&M, bold tourism transformation will begin. Yes. We will engage in the largest revitalization of Over the Hill. Imagine in 2025, we are still bombing on the desk, patting ourselves on the back, and many of our brothers and sisters over the hill still going to outside toilets, still do not have water attached, still doesn't have the infrastructure for light, and we are in here celebrating. Many of them are dying because they don't have access to health care while we enjoy health insurance. We will unleash the largest over-the-hill revitalization program. We will also ensure that Bay Street will truly be transformed. You know, the Ministry of Tourism traded Randy Roll. They got rid of Randy Roll, unfortunately. They're good at firing people. And again, they have lost momentum on even cleaning up Bay Street. We want to go further than cleaning it up. From Arwaki to Porterski, a vibrant commercial hub will be created. We'll pursue UNESCO Heritage Site designation, not just for what was mentioned by ministers on your side, but we believe communities like Foxhill and Baintown and Gambia and Adelaide and historic Nassau ought to be restored and designated. We can unlock new global attention and raise the cultural tourism value. Downtown Nassau ought to be alive. It simply isn't. And so at the end of the day, if we want the kind of change required in this country, we have to make the decision. Somebody say how? A new downtown chamber of commerce in partnership with the, again, Paul, just listen for a moment, may help you. We believe that we can drive access to capital. We can provide the concessions required. We can support Bahamian-owned businesses, and it's not too late for you all to try and do it. We'll launch the Orange Districts from East Street to Christie Street, Fort Fincastle to Fort Charlotte. Dedicated effort would be given, not just to live murals, to the museums, to theaters, to authentic eateries, but to multi-purpose Junkanoo shacks already approved under the Minister administration, but you all refuse to bring into force. And for Grand Bahama would in fact rise again. I've been called, we've been called for such a time as this. So stay tuned. So stay tuned, my brother. Stay tuned. So again, the member talks about boom. If only the member for Exuma boom was about building opportunities and optimizing momentum. If only it stood for that. We will expand festivals, not just in Grand Bahama, but across the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And in Grand Bahama, Williamstown to West End, we intend to make sure all Bahamians, FNMs, PLPs, and others, all should be included in our development initiatives. And we will unlock maritime tourism. This government has single-handedly been responsible for 47% of the yachting industry that goes south, from Turks and Caicos all the way down to the Southern Caribbean, because of ill-advised taxation. And it is most unfortunate. I've been advised, they met with no less than the Prime Minister, they met with no less than the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Transport, and still horrible decisions were made that has driven the yachting business south. Others are grateful to us because of our missteps. It is a shame. With respect to the Grand Lucayan, it is...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South Abaco.
Obviously, he's...
Yes,
Point of order.
yeah.
He's obviously referring to the yacht charter business, which year on year, we have had an increase of yacht charters. He may be confused because some of the yachts had gone down south, but the yacht charter business is what she's referring to, is increasing year by year. In 2023, there was over 560. Last year, there was just over 600, and this year, we're projected for nearly 650 yacht charters. That means the demand is strong and will continue to stay strong.
Mr. Deputy, I know that you expunged from the record my comments earlier, but the affliction that I talked about is obviously rampant across this administration. Give us some credit, Mr. Deputy. We have met with the stakeholders in the yachting industry, not just the association. We've met with the taxi drivers who were part of that net, those who rent cars, persons who have cleaning companies that clean yachts, captains, engineers, you name the pilots who move parts on behalf or owners of yachts. Every one of them talk about the dramatic fall off and the fact that business have gone south. So I don't know what they are talking about, Mr. Deputy. I don't know what they are talking about. And so let's talk frankly, the Grand Lucayan, Mr. Deputy.
Oh, yes.
The Grand Lucayan, Mr. Deputy. We have said historically, and we have been consistent, we support any effort this government would engage in that has the potential to empower Bahamians. We believe that a successful hotel in Grand Bahama, a working international airport, will be beneficial to the people we love, our family, our friends, the people we serve. What is happening with respect to the Grand Lucayan is unfortunately tragic in its history. So let me talk for a moment about the recent history. We know that this hotel is supposed to be a catalyst. Instead, it has momentum one day when they talk. Remember, the Deputy Prime Minister used to be in charge of Grand Bahama on behalf of the member for Cat Island before he circumvented the member for Exuma. So the PM had to go and take charge, right? So before, we used to say to the member for Exuma, we like you. You're in our generation. It's time for us to move. But we told him, stop overselling and under-delivering. And unfortunately, he didn't take our advice, and then the Prime Minister stepped in and sidelined him. But let me just say this. For 3.5 years, they have worked on this arrangement. They have had more time since they came in, 3.5 years, almost 4 years, than we had from the time of Dorian to when we were kicked out of office. They haven't learned the lessons from any shortcomings that we have. And so one of the things we keep saying to them, the Davis-Cooper administration, that they ought to take good advice, and whenever you sign off on an agreement that is so good and wonderful, we just ask you to share the details. And so, again, as we pressed them for information, what was the Prime Minister's advice? Oh, no, no, no. He didn't want to get into the discussion about whether or not the Deputy Prime Minister was telling the facts. I wouldn't say the truth, just the facts. Deputy Prime Minister, you would remember, he was very, was it apoplectic? Yeah. He was excited. He was excited. He was excited.
Yes.
The $120 million is in the bank.
That's right.
Listen to me.
Yes.
If that $120 million was in the bank, knowing Cat Island, Rumkey, and Salvador, he would have said, of course it's in the bank. What's the controversy?
Not a dollar.
But he refused to answer it because he know that what the Deputy Prime Minister said was not accurate, and to his credit, he didn't comment on it.
Right.
So what we're saying is why all the pomp and pageantry? Why take precious, scarce resources of the Bahamian people and spend on a full-day party just not to give the details about something that should be good for our people? And so today, they cannot tell us whether $120 million is in the bank.
Order, members.
And so let me just comment. Let me comment for a moment on the $10 to $12 billion that the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister says that they have facilitated. The projects that they mentioned, they conveniently didn't tell the public that this $10 to $12 billion fall in several categories. One category, projects that were commenced prior to September 2021, either by a previous PLP or F&M government, yet they chose to list it as this is something that they have accomplished. The second category, some projects that have been approved by Cabinet, heads of agreement have been signed and ground broken, and then we advise that some of those projects, we're still waiting for real work to begin. I wouldn't include the Grand Lucaine in that, though we have heard, Mr. Prime Minister, that the window that was broken during that all-day celebration, that some folks went back to fix it. We don't even understand why. We thought, that a real demolition was happening. But anyhow, I know y'all can explain that. The third category of contracts is some projects. The due diligence and agreement in principle was completed under the Minnis administration, but the work commenced after September 2021. We don't have a problem with that. Some people plant, others water, others reap. We accept that. But at least represent the figures accurately. We are both prayerful and hopeful that the government delivers for the sake of the long-suffering people in Grand Bahama and all other islands. The government launched the Clear, Hold, and Build program. We support it. We are losing too many of our sons and daughters, dying senselessly, needlessly. There is a need for us to change the physical environment. The physical environment does affect the social condition of our people, and we support the program in Angliston. We support it in St. Barnabas. We support it, the Clear, Hold, and Build program wherever it is implemented. But let us not overstate what we are doing. Let us just speak soberly about it, acknowledge that more work needs to be done, and get on with doing the work. Not coming here and cheering for low achievement. And that's true for all sides. It is unnecessary. Because what we are seeing, even with that program, is certainly not transformation. So when we talk about transformation, we are again overselling and under-delivering. The truth is, some argue that they are quietly scaling back the scope of the program when it was initially announced. And so what was meant to be a bold shift in the crime strategy has turned into yet another watered-down initiative. Very little updates are provided on the crime committees that was listed. No reports from the agencies, just more wait and see. Wait and see if the Family Island Development Fund will be populated with the required resources. Wait and see if crime, digital infrastructure, and health care is going to be transformed. Wait and see is their mantra. It's time we say it clearly. The Bahamian people deserve better. And under our administration, we will deliver better. Mr. Deputy, I said at the outset that one of the things that the budget exercise is important for is to look at what is missing in the details, but also to remind the public of who's communicating the budget priorities. And so I'll come to that in a moment. But there are some missing priorities. One of the most glaring omissions is the government's agenda for youth empowerment and development. In fact, youth unemployment straight across the country is certainly much higher than what they seek to represent as a single-digit phenomenon. Some argue that youth employment specifically could be as high as 20%. I've seen no figures to the contrary, so I'm just cautioning us. Let us be careful when we come and bomb these termite-infested desks that we are being accurate about what we are doing. No, yes, I support we need a new parliament. It may not be 56 million, however. That seems a little high. But that's another subject for another day. So,
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Golden Gates.
Mexico City is misrepresenting what was delivered at any time by this administration. The Department of Statistics reported, and we subsequently reported same, that youth unemployment rose to 19%. So where was it that we did not say that youth unemployment was risen? However, we have employed employability and skills training efforts, which I will lay out for you in my contribution right when you're done, to explain to you what we are doing to combat youth unemployment, which is a phenomenon that is growing around the world.
thank you. Thank you very much. Golden Gates, thank you very much for confirming the point I made. 1% difference, and 1%. Well, you know, Mr. Deputy, I'll say this very quickly, and then I'd like to move on. I've never seen a group, my colleagues opposite, create so many phantom enemies. You'd hear them say sometimes, there are some who criticize us for this. We don't need none of us on this side. So we don't even know who the phantom opposition is. So all I'm saying to them is, I am happy. We listen to Golden Gates, and we thank you, Golden Gates, for having shared the figure. So Golden Gates, I'd like to say to the Bahamian people, and if you don't have these, if you don't, Mr. Deputy, can I have some protection from the noise,
Order,
please?
members.
Mr. Deputy, through you, I wish to recommend some things that Golden Gates may include in the event that these things are not brought. We will certainly implement them when we come to government in the next election. We support youth employment. We support, as it has been forecasted, the passage of the National Youth Policy, and we pray that it comes soon, the establishment of a National Youth Council, the establishment of a youth stock exchange, which could make a world of difference in terms of creating financial literacy, and, of course, strengthening the capital markets. We support the establishment and will implement, and this is important, an annual agriculture and fisheries technology hack. We had that approval from the Food and Agriculture Organization before we were kicked out of office, and we'll revisit that. We support the dramatic expansion in BTVI, the Grand Bahama Tech Center, operated by Mr. Delancey, and then, of course, the Falcons Tech Center, operated by Darren Roll, and Reach Out initiatives run by Dudley Said. We will increase funding for youth-related organizations and activities, and of course will support cultural grants, national arts endowment. It was most unfortunate to hear the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture represent as if the PLP had a monopoly on transformative things that have been done for sports and culture and youth. We have a history. Both administrations have made contributions, and both need to increase what we are contributing. It is important to increase Jonkanu funding. Try to be quiet and learn something, please. And then, of course, we support the expansions of sports subvention programs. We support the relaunch of the job readiness program at a much larger level. And of course, the youth enterprise program that had paid dividends under successive administration. We believe that it is important to continue the programs of culture in the park and sport leagues throughout various constituencies, and we'll stand with the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture to the extent that he is interested in involving us. Let me also say that we believe it is important in our various communities, Mr. Deputy, to have youth organization expos. Many parents are not familiar with some of the youth engagement opportunities that exist. So imagine on parks throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, we regularly expose our children and their parents to organizations that can recruit them before the gang leaders do, before criminals do. And so those are some of the initiatives. Mr. Deputy, the PLP talks a lot about innovation, but delivers nothing for, well, let me be more measured, delivers precious little for generating opportunities for innovation. One of the things that the member for East Grand Bahama did when he was in the office of the Prime Minister is targeted particular industries with grant funding. So if we're interested in stimulating technology innovation, you would fund it. If you're interested in stimulating agricultural initiative, you would fund it. So $5 million was made available by the cabinet for farmers and for fishers. If you are interested in the orange economy, you will put substantial resources. I've not seen in the budget book the kind of figures needed to do transformative things in the orange economy. And so, Mr. Deputy, it is important that the government puts its money where its rhetoric is. And so for us, it is no surprise that this government's budget contains very little investment in youth in this country. We have been asking, let me give the example. We have asked, show us the 10 million per annum that you are prepared to put towards youth initiatives and grant funding. We made a commitment, and I brought the document as verification of it. We made a commitment to do that. And so we, in our allocation to youth initiatives, I believe the figure was $68 million during the period that we were in government. If you have it, we've asked in the question and answer period, you never show it. We've said in the House, you've never shown it. We've said in press conferences. So if you have the figures, don't be upset, just lay it on the table. We haven't seen it. And so let's not forget, it was Prime Minister Davis who publicly questioned whether playwrights, actors, and musicians count as real jobs. Those were his words. That mindset is outdated. Oh, sorry.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, Ronki, and San Salvador.
I never said nor questioned whether those persons in the creative and the orange economy that he attributes to me. Never said it. It is not true. And in fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't know why the member went down the road, because all I asked is what he did. And he took it from there. I asked, what was your job? And if I go further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he's the one who, and I will address it at some appropriate time. I have the tape where he raised a question of what I do. He spoke about my job, about how I represent criminals in one of his rants some years ago. He raised what I do. And my response was, I'm proud of what I've done. And I have contributed much in my profession. And I dare say that I am accomplished in my profession. My question to him was only, what do you do? Or what did you do? What is your resume? I didn't say what his resume was. He could have said politics. Right? He could have said politics. In fact, he should tell me he was an author, and I wrote this book called Politics. Yes. And perhaps he could have... That would have been the answer to it.
Oh, my.
The mindset of the Prime Minister is not just outdated, it is dangerous. It dismisses an entire generation of talented Bahamians who are building brands, telling stories that are of importance to our cultural development, and putting the Bahamas on the cultural map. Furthermore, culture is the glue that holds the Bahamian identity together. This government's attack What's the point of order?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Order, members.
The member attributes a mindset to me that I only point to my actions. If I were so inimical, if I was such an enemy to the creatives or the orange, would I start Kappas, the creatives too? If I was such an enemy to the crude, would I, for the first time any government ever did, support the Dundas, etc.? And it ain't just start now. It was not just now. I'm not talking about it. I'm doing it. I'm investing in the creatives. And this is starting. It didn't just start. If you go to my blueprint for change, you see what my mindset is about the orange economy. I'm acting it. It's not a mindset. It's what I do. Look in the public schools now. We have, and you know, and you know I'm a rake and scraper. I am the one of the Lacido boys, and you know it.
Listen. Just give me a moment. I want to because rake and scrape is so important, and we want you to enjoy that more. Come next election, we're going to retire you so you could go and do some more rake and scrape. This government's rhetoric in and out of this house, attack on the orange economy, is most unfortunate. It is a reflection of their values, a reflection of a leadership that clings to the industries of the past and the traditional occupations of the ruling class, while ignoring and denigrating the range of opportunities that many and most of the Bahamians are engaged in. The Free National Movement believes that the future of the Bahamas lies in the hands of our young people who are trained or gifted in a wide range of occupations. No 1, 2, or 3 occupations give anyone the right or equip them alone to serve in Parliament or anywhere else or to lead this country. But it is that mindset that I was talking about. Yes. The F&M doesn't just tolerate creatives, we will champion creatives. The orange economy isn't a sideshow, it is an economy. From film to fashion, junkanoo to digital media to sports, these industries are global growth drivers. And under the F&M, they will be treated as such. We are the party that believes in Bahamians with ideas. My administration will back them with resources, connect them to markets, and lift them up and celebrate their genius as storytellers, as innovators, as job creators, as sports icons who you travel around the world to go sit in stadiums to support. And so they are fine. Those sport icons, those cultural icons are fine as long as they do not attempt to come in public life and displace an outdated government. We will not tell them to wait and see. We will say, we see you. We believe in you. Let's build our country future together. That will be our message. Mr. Deputy, while the Prime Minister and the Minister of Education, while both of them have raised a number of issues that are of importance to us in this Parliament, the truth is there are some glaring omissions as I listen particularly to the Prime Minister. In 216 pages, that's just in one presentation. That is in the second. Combined, I believe the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, spoke for about 5 hours. But in his initial speech, 216 pages, forgive me if I'm misrepresented, if I missed it. Sorry, if all of us missed it. we could not find one mention of crime, one mention of murder. It was addressed 0 times by the Prime Minister. We didn't hear either of those 2 words, and I'm sure the member for Freetown will address it. The question is, what kind of leadership can look at what's happening in our streets, in our schools, in our homes, and decide it does not warrant serious attention? If it is so important, how does one stand up for 3 hours and not talk about the thing that has your population in fear, that have couples who decline most often to hold hands and walk on a beach because they're not sure if they could make it, that they have a problem even sometimes just going out to the quay and parking and looking at the sunset? It is a problem. So where's the plan? Where is the plan for intervention, for community policing, for victim services? This government talks about certainty, but Bahamians feel anything but certain walking on our streets. Member for Freetown. Mr. Deputy, Bahamians are not imagining danger, they are living it. Parents are unsure if their children will make it home safely. So when people hear of a shooting, many times the first thing they reach for is a phone to call to see where their loved one is. And that's widespread. Shopkeepers lock their doors before dark. Sometimes they keep it locked all day. And communities cry out for help that sometimes come too slow or too late. While we will continue to communicate responsibly, we will not understate the extent of the crisis that the country faces. This level of rising violence is not normal, and we won't pretend that it is. Downplaying the crisis only guarantees more of the same failed strategies. We need ministers. We need a minister of national security whose heart aches when people are in fear and they're hurting and they cry out. They don't need to be criticized. They do not need to be criticized or spoken to in a condescending manner. No member in this house should get up on a point of condolences and to be berated and dismissed with cynical banter, as was I at the hands of the Minister of National Security and others. The FNM is clear. National security is not an afterthought. It is a non-negotiable foundation for progress. We need a national security minister who sees their assignment as a crusade to help change the hearts and minds, to enlist the best and brightest to fight root causes while fighting at the same time the symptoms of crime. What did I do, Mr. Prime Minister? Like Shivago Lang, like some other young people some other folks who are in this parliament. I've spoken to almost every school in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Most of them, their graduations. Run community programs. I'm a social entrepreneur. I want to do some things that make a difference in changing the lives of persons. Did it before politics, doing it in politics, we'll do it after politics. That's what I do. As Prime Minister for 30 years, being in frontline politics, the question is, sir, have you been to every school? Other than staged arrangements, have you? I believe you care. I do. But you want to know what I do? That's what I did. I went to schools. I went to communities and talked to young people on the block. They do not see me as one of them. And so at the end of the day, when you want to know what many of us are doing, we are interested in talking to our young people who are through street corners from the top of the hill all the way down to Ridgeland Park, or from Nassau Street all the way to Village Road. Lots of young people who are unemployed, negotiating life and death issues without anyone interrupting those conversations with a different plan on how they can participate in owning a part of this country, lawfully, legally, and without risk of them losing their life. The truth is, we need public servants that understand the fight against crime does not begin in the courtroom. It begins in our homes, in our communities, and continues in our classroom. We renew our call for a National Crime Commission, independent, nonpartisan, and guided by local and international experts. to deliver real solutions, not political sound bites. We call for local policing advisory committees that will work with every police station to make the policing plan more responsive to their local needs, to help shape those policing plans. And we call for a select committee on immigration to address the ongoing national security issue that unchecked migration can create. And since we are here discussing what the government's priorities are, it is important that this government sees that an economy growing at 1.7% cannot create the kinds of opportunities to change island by island. We could talk island by island opportunities all we want. A 1.7% growth rate will not get us there. We need a plan of action that engages all stakeholders so that we are talking and working towards growing this economy. 3.5%, 4%, 5%. It can be done if we are working on behalf of the many rather than creating generational wealth for the few. And this government is committed to creating generational wealth for a handful of people. Safety for us must not be a slogan, it has to be a right. And under the FNM, it will be given priority. So talk all you want about what didn't happen 3.5 years ago or 4 or 5 years ago. We have a team in place, fully committed, and by the grace of God, working with this Bahamian public, we will usher in change in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so, as we examine the allocations and priorities under this current budget, particularly those designated to the Ministry of National Security and its agencies, I rise not simply in critique, but with a renewed national commitment to make a pledge for fairness and to call on this government to be fair. We will usher in reform, but the government still has a little bit of time to do some things. We should have a restoration in the dignity of all jobs. If you're serving a people, respect them. We in the opposition respect the men and women in the uniform branches, the police, defense force, corrections, fire services, customs, all of them. We respect them. And it does not, and immigration, and it does not prevent us from offering critiques when the critiques are necessary. So when you start talking about shaking the tree, show us evidence that you're shaking it, rather than trying to maintain the status quo. But respect is not just spoken. Respect has to be resourced. Put your money where your mouth is. And reflected in our policies, promotions, and priorities. That's why we will establish a standalone, fully resourced fire service branch to meet modern safety needs and give our frontline responders the support they deserve. Even the Deputy Prime Minister broke rank with his team and rushed to Exuma to make sure that that volunteer fire department was stood up. He said, I'm not like them. And he went ahead and did his own thing.
And Central got two?
Central got two. Oh, no.
More than the government got.
So we must confront.
More than the government got.
We must confront the growing discontent.
More than the government got.
The growing discontent within our security institutions. The recent promotions, or more accurately, appointments, as it has been described by some officers at the Bahamas Department of Corrections, has caused a ripple of, and more than a ripple of frustration throughout the ranks. One of the things we continue to hear, that senior officers who said they have served faithfully and feel as if they are overlooked in favor of some with less than stellar records. And they're saying it's not all of our colleagues, but we know who's who. It has damaged morale, and it erodes institutional integrity. I'm advised that even the commissioner had described these actions as appointments of favor. Too many of our brave officers are being failed by a system that lacks fairness, transparency, and respect. That ends under an FNM government. Mr. Deputy, we will immediately establish a national security promotions review panel to restore merit and consistency and trust in the promotion process across all uniform branches. We support the Police Service Commission. We do know that the minister has a problem with it, and we believe the Prime Minister has a problem with it, because there are persons who have been appointed persons who have been appointed who did not pass the vetting or got the approval of the Police Service Commission, and yet they emerged. In fact, we raised the issue. There are persons who were wearing uniforms that they should not have been wearing for positions that were not gazetted. And again, there's been no consequences. People who expressly were not supported for promotion, but nevertheless, and it didn't happen. The conditions at the Defense Force Coral Harbor base are unacceptable, and it's been unacceptable across both administrations. We ought to do something about it with a sense of urgency. We will launch a substantial housing renovation fund, starting with Coral Harbor, to upgrade dorms, kitchens, sanitation, and furnishing. Officers posted to the Family Islands are often sent without proper housing or allowances. That ought to stop, and it will stop with us if you do not move with a sense of urgency. We will create a duty with dignity allowance program to support the reallocation, the relocation and housing costs that we believe we should meet as a government. Housing and hardship costs have to be looked at, and it should be looked at urgently. Mental health matters, and we will launch a 24/7 mental wellness and resilience program for all security personnel. I did attend the conference, but we do know that we need more effort being placed on helping our officers that have experience, that are likely to experience traumatic events. Not enough help is made available. To prevent abuse and restore accountability, we will develop a digital HR and promotions tracking system to track performance, leave, and entitlement. Is being done? Oh, you've done it? Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Jesus. We will also pilot a uniform. Listen, Golden Gate, we recognize that you're attempting to do something. Listen, if we know a thing, we ain't gonna mention the thing. We did not know. We will also pilot a uniform services and, of course, housing cooperative fund. It is our goal to support home ownership among police officers. The Minister of National Security came to this House and indicated he is not prepared to intervene in a number of matters that we have raised on behalf of police officers. He makes the case that that is, those that run the police force, it is within their capabilities in order to address these issues. We say we need a different Minister of National Security. The reality is the cabinet can design programs. The cabinet can also allocate resources, and recommendations can be made to heads of different uniform branches. And so it is a dereliction of duty for him to make the case that we leave it up to them. No, step in or step out. That's what we believe. And finally, we'll commission a national security infrastructure audit to assess and upgrade the livability of all bases, barracks, and Family Islands accommodation. If you've done it already, share the information. These recommendations are not just line items, they are declarations of intent. The government would have the public believe that we oppose without cause. And so today we've been very careful to make recommendations, but we know if when you're hard-headed and if you're stiff-necked, you wouldn't take it on. But thanks be to God, we'll have a chance to implement it if you fail. The government would have the public believe that we have not given recommendations to them already. The member, no, we've heard you say it over and over. What is your recommendations? We've given recommendations. We oppose what is unjust and what is underwhelming.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have consistently said when they met with us in the preliminary meeting, without hearing anything, they came with what they said were recommendations. We accepted them, reread them. They have tabled something in here. We've accepted them, we've read them. They have arranged to meet with the Commissioner of Police and a high command right after they finished meeting with me, and they were engaged. At all points, anything they wish to advance, we will consider. And whether or not this is in line with what he wrote in the bottom of page 56 or not, we will accept whatever they say, and we acknowledge whenever they provide anything to us. And they can meet with the new CDF and his senior command. They can meet with the Commissioner of Corrections and his people, so that they don't have to be misled by people who have their own agenda. These men and women are open to meet with them, because the position of Cat Island, Rumpke, San Salvador, and myself is this is all of government, all of society effort, and they're part of government and being the opposition, and they're members of the society.
By the grace of God, when the Bahamian people entrust us with the reins of leadership, we will implement these reforms with urgency, with transparency, and for the benefit of our officers and the people that they serve. Mr. Deputy, let me pivot to health care. We listened attentively to the minister yesterday. The Prime Minister stood before this nation and described this government's economic record as remarkable, claiming that this so-called turnaround was accomplished while increasing support for health care. One of the difficulties we have with this administration is that when there is a crisis, they refuse to acknowledge that it is a crisis. Because if you fail to acknowledge that we are facing a crisis, it will determine the level of energy and resources you are willing to invest to address it. Let me say this plainly. There's nothing remarkable about the state of our healthcare system today, unless we are remarking on how deeply it is in crisis. The truth is our healthcare system is on life support. 10 years after the largest healthcare investment in Bahamian history, the critical care block at PMH, it is now crumbling. Proof of this administration's neglect and inaction. Just down the hall, patients lie packed in halls waiting for an emergency room that has missed deadline after deadline. And yet, we hear that new dates are being set. And we don't hear sufficient apology for the suffering people are experiencing. We do not believe that healthcare ought to be a political football. Both administrations share responsibility for the state of affairs. But the side opposite does not miss an opportunity to do a them and us thing, even in healthcare, even in youth sports and culture, when we have sought not to. 6 years of renovation has stalled. Weeds and construction debris now surround the entrance to the emergency care, an insult to those who have nowhere else to go. At the RAN, the story is just as grim. Medical waste piles up. Patients wait hours. There's one working anesthetic machine and broken autoclaves. And the new hospital facility, one the doctor described it as mold-infested, unused, second-hand disaster, sold to taxpayers as brand new, now costing even more to fix. And what is this government's response? Well, more slogans. Cosmetic upgrades, more PR. We keep hearing promises of a new hospital, yet in Freeport, they're building what we recognize as a clinic. In Nassau, they talk big, but the plans ignore trauma care, chronic illness, and critical care. It's amazing. Building a brand new, maybe 300 million?
Yep.
And we can't take care of what we have. We have problems taking care of the existing two hospitals while we build brand new and clinics throughout the Family Island. They talk about expanding access, but they refuse to fix the foundations. They offer token wages increase, but healthcare workers, our doctors, nurses, orderlies, technicians remain underpaid, overworked, and undervalued. It is regrettable that the Minister of Health did not just simply acknowledge that what we need is a bipartisan approach to fix the legacy issues that plague our people. You have a new generation of leaders that are prepared to do that. We're not tribalistic in that way. We are willing to work with a government that is serious about working for the people. So we want to know, how can a government claim to have a surplus of money when essential services, medicines, and equipment are lacking because of scarce funds or funds being spent on frivolous and far less important things by this government? There's a deficit. Yes, there's a deficit. Some days it looks like a deficit of compassion. And when we listen to some explanations, a deficit of truthfulness about our condition as a people. and the tough choices that must be made. The F&M believes healthcare is not a luxury, it is a human right. And if we are serious about economic recovery, then we must be serious about the health of our people. So let the record show that this budget does not deliver for healthcare. It adds additional financial burdens without a strategy on how to solve our problem. What is the strategic plan for nurses' retention or allied health professional retention? What is the strategic plan? We will fully resource our acute care facilities to restore dignity and ensure no Bahamian is denied care because they can't pay up front. Cash demands at the point of emergency will be addressed. We do believe that it is important that we create a system that is sustainable. That is a discussion that the government and the opposition should sit down and have a discussion about, with a view of using studies already conducted on how we can ensure the hospital is both sustainable, but people are not dying at the point where they are seeking entry. We will improve pay and conditions for nurses, doctors, and allied health professionals to keep talent here and deliver world-class care. We will expand NHI, and so we were pleased to hear what the minister had to say. And Minister, we're going to hold you accountable to what you said. I mean, it is regrettable that after the next general election, you wouldn't be there to be a part of the implementation, but we will always take advice from you. We'll always take advice from you. It's good Grand Bahama man. We will fast track urgent funding and professional oversight to repair and upgrade clinics and hospitals, completing in months what the PLP has delayed for years. And we will close the gap between public and private health care, because quality care shouldn't depend on your bank account. Mr. Deputy, for the few minutes that I have remaining, I want to touch a bit on housing. I listened with great interest at the member for Carmichael berating our contribution to the national discussion about providing housing for thousands of Bahamians who have not been able to find housing. And we believe that just like health care, housing is not a privilege for the few. It is a right of every Bahamian. No nation can claim to be on the path to prosperity when its people cannot afford a safe and decent place to live. If we are to build a more resilient Bahamas, then access to affordable housing is a must, and it has to be treated as one of the standalone pillars for national development, not a footnote in a budget speech. I see the PLP would rather debate the last 4.5 years of the F&M than debate us, who taking the party forward. Because it is an uncomfortable discussion. And the truth is, the F&M in 3 non-consecutive terms have a record of building homes. So I don't know why you refuse to confront the very paper that was in front of you. By way of you, Mr. Deputy, by way of you, the Bahamas has a housing crisis. One that over successive administrations, the last 15+ years, we collectively have failed to confront the urgency of the matter and dedicate the time and resources to meet the demands of 12,000+ Bahamians who are crying out for housing solution. But my administration will address this. We see the challenge, but we also see the opportunity. And we share the view that it has to be a public-private partnership. And the housing solution has to tackle all demographics with various types of systems to build the homes that are required. No, it's no laughing matter that we talk about designs. Yes, the designs that exist we will use, but nothing prevents us from coming up with additional innovative housing designs. And we are prepared to work with architects and others to design them. You laugh, we are going to build. And so home ownership remains the surest path to the middle class. Construction, it drives jobs, stimulates local industry, and puts capital in the hands of working Bahamians. And yet, under this administration, despite all the talk, all the bluster, the progress has been underwhelming. You want to talk about what you met? Go ahead. We on that run. we will talk about the future. And we're saying to you, 200 homes, if that's what it is, underwhelming. Nearly 4 years. And look when you do it. It is interesting that some of the most interesting programs by the Progressive Liberal Party, they wait on the eve of the election. That same old, I'm sure that's somewhere in the book. So, they wait until on the eve of the election to try and do something. So here's what we'll do. We will act boldly and yet creatively. We will activate a revitalized sovereign wealth fund to launch a private-public real estate investment. This trust, the REIT, using Crown land that you had concerns about, to unlock local capital and fast-track affordable home. And I found it rich. That, I found it rich that there was this discussion about using Crown land as a means of empowering Bahamians with housing by folks who enjoy an intimate relationship with private enterprises that they've all but given BPL to. They're signing agreements where it isn't just the issue on whether or not the sovereign still has shares in aspects of BPL. It is what about Bahamians being able to buy shares directly? So you can have a private owner. We don't fault any private owners. We don't fault people that are doing well because of their ingenuity. What we have a problem with is that, one, when it's the sovereign, the money's going to end up in a consolidated fund generally anyways, and we don't seem to do a good job with that. But secondly, the buy-in for Bahamians in Bahamian assets ought to be made available to the average Bahamian. It could be done. And you want to scoff at us using Bahamian land to empower Bahamians with housing. We will help public servants, from teachers to nurses. You hear them laugh as we talk about the future of the country. You hear from teachers to nurses to police. All of them, they need an opportunity. Social workers, persons who are on the front line should be given every opportunity to succeed. And so we believe that we should go from renters to owners by underwriting down payments. We will modernize first-time home buyer tax break, making VAT exemption instant and digital. No more waiting months for refund. And we will incentivize affordable rental construction because secure housing must be a right, not a privilege. But even in housing, once again, we are confronted with this government, that shows open contempt for good governance, legal compliance, and sound financial management. Case in point, Mr. Deputy, the mysterious Carmichael Village Project Development Company Limited, a company formed in 2022, now listed as not in good standing with the Registrar General. And yet this government has quietly handed them $10 million in taxpayer funds, with no public explanation, no press release, no mention from the Minister of Housing. Sorry, sir, if you did mention it or your predecessor did, my apologies, I'm willing to withdraw, but I've not heard any of those things. This wasn't a small grant or a footnote. It was a multi-million-dollar loan buried on page 30 of the Ministry of Finance third quarter debt bulletin report. And here's where it gets even more troubling. That same report classifies this company as a government business enterprise. That means that they should be subject to the strict rules under the Public Finance Management Act, rules requiring a full board transparency in operation and reporting obligations. Yet none of that has been disclosed up to this point. Where is the board? What is the mandate of that board? What are the terms of the loan? Why has it been kept from the public? There's something about these $10 million. I can come to the one in tourism if I have time. And the biggest question of all, why does the government need a shell company to do what the Ministry and Department of Housing are already mandated to do? And if the facts demonstrate that this is not a wholly owned government entity, but a private company, then there are more serious questions that would have to be answered around the beneficial owners of the company, and why taxpayers' money have been lent out this way. You know, the government has done that in so many. It is important to note, too, that the Prime Minister cannot now swoop in and try to suggest that he's unaware The Public Debt Management Act is clear. Only the Minister of Finance, the member for Cat Island, St. Salvador, and Rumkey, has the authority to lend government money to any entity. So the public will be keen to find out his explanation. The government must now come clean and tell the whole story about its relationship with the Carmichael Village Project Development Company Limited and all the players involved. On this one, we cannot afford to wait and see. The PLP talks about a new day, promises while Bahamians are priced out or boxed in. But we will deliver a real plan for ownership, economic dignity, and stronger communities. And any public servant looking for a kickback in doing their job, we'll fire immediately. We're not afraid to set bold goals. We're ready to build. We're ready to lead. Mr. Deputy, a dynamic, inclusive economy cannot exist without modern, accessible, and competitive banking. I would like for Carmichael to make available to us that study you conducted on the state of housing when you took over. I understand it's an interesting read. I was speaking about banking reforms, Mr. Deputy. That's why commercial banking reform is also a central pillar of the F&M growth agenda. Not a reaction to headlines, but a deliberate strategy grounded in principle and policy. We understand this simple truth, Mr. Deputy. Bahamians cannot grow businesses, build homes, or invest in their future without fair access to financial services. From conducting a basic transaction to securing productive loans, financial inclusion is not a luxury. It's a national necessity. But right now, too many Bahamians, especially in our family islands, are effectively locked out of the system. We are not calling for government micromanagement. We respect banks, and we know that they must be profitable. But global best practices shows us that financial inclusion and profitability are not mutually exclusive. We can demand better services, broader access, and a competitive environment that benefits everyone. And so under my administration, we will work with the financial services sector to bring bank branches to our major family islands. We will do it, whether directly or through an agency agreement. These will be supported by appropriate tax incentives for not profitable locations. We will further empower the regulator to evaluate bank fees, ensuring they are fair, transparent, and appropriate for our economy. We will review the legal framework for mortgages and foreclosures, ensuring that Bahamians can access real estate financing without being crushed by predatory processes. Nothing is, or few things are as painful as working with a constituent trying to get them help as they try to save their house when they are underwater. Yes. It's a painful experience. Yes. And we should be working overtime in a bipartisan way to save the largest investment of so many of our families. Yes, we will open the door to new Bahamian-owned banks by reviewing the qualification criteria and clearing unnecessary roadblocks for well-qualified applicants. We could do better. And we will move forward with further divestments of the government's equity interest in the Bank of the Bahamas, with priority to employees and small-scale investors, not the usual folks. We are concerned about those who can only afford modest shareholdings. But they deserve to have a stake in what we own. Just like many of the PLP's policies, the current system serves the few, but not you. Our vision is to build a financial sector that serves the many, that's fair and modern and fully accessible. Because without access, there is no equity. And without equity, there is no true growth. The PLP has been guilty of so many unmet promises, and so in their fourth year, they are scrambling. You see them all over the place, breaking ground, breaking breaking the bottom line is, the other thing that they are busy trying to give the impression that they're accomplishing some things.
No, Bush.
Yeah, they're cutting down plenty bush. Only for it to grow back up after 3-4 weeks of rain, because, a lot of that is pure optics. Remember, this is administration which promised the country over a dozen new airports. Today, almost 4 years later, I don't recall if they have completed one airport in its entirety yet.
That's Exuma
None?
again?
That's Exuma? Yeah,
That's
Exuma?
Exuma again?
Okay. They promised and announced reconstruction of the Grand Bahama Airport. I think the Prime Minister took Exuma off the airport in Grand Bahama too. I don't know why he treating our generation like that, man. You should have stayed with the F&M. Of course, even when this government advances significant legislation, they never or seldom follow through. They passed the medical cannabis legislation. No licensing regime, no rollout plan, no benefit to patients or entrepreneurs. They passed laws to create an ombudsman office and an independent commissioner to investigate public officials. We know they ain't trying to finish that one. Yet both sit idle, unfunded, and without teeth. It appears to all be optics, all for show. A government obsessed with the headline but allergic to the hard work of actual implementation. This administration was elected on the promise of transparency. They vowed to clearly and confidently that they would fully implement the Freedom of Information Act. And yet, nearly 4 years in, they've spent more than $500,000 on it, and still nothing. Not one step, it appears, closer to enactment. Let's be clear. The Davis administration is stalling this law, I believe, on purpose. We believe on purpose. The question is why? Could it be that they are uncomfortable operating in the light, in the sunshine? Just imagine, when pressed on why the PLP broke their promise to the people, the member for Fox Hill had the audacity to say they couldn't afford to implement the Freedom of Information Act. I believe it was said that it was too expensive to execute. This is the same government that's bringing in $350 million in new revenue. According to the Deputy Prime Minister, things booming.
Booming.
And they're asking Parliament for another $3 million in travel. Is there anywhere you all haven't been yet? And handing out hundreds of millions in no-bid contracts, but when it comes to accountability, suddenly the money gone. Suddenly, the political will disappears. For the PLP, the business of the people seemed to be none of the people's business. They will pay for champagne diplomacy, but not for transparent governance. The pattern is clear. No matter how much revenue this government collects, they will find ways to spend it. Some would say on themselves. And priorities that don't place the majority of people first. They continue to leave core promises to the Bahamian people unfulfilled. The waste is staggering. For the upcoming fiscal year, the government is preparing to spend nearly $580 million more than what was spent in the final fiscal year before they took office. 580. That's not a rounding error. That's a staggering increase. But here's the question that inquiring minds want to know. Where is that money going? It's certainly not being invested in the priorities of everyday Bahamians. It's not going into upgraded hospitals or new schools. It's not fueling programs to train our young people, empower our entrepreneurs, or uplift the most vulnerable through expanded social support. No, this government spending spree is not building a stronger, more equitable Bahamas. It's building a system of privilege for the well-connected. More than $396 million of that was for contracts over $100,000. Contracts that under the law should have been subjected to competitive public bidding. But instead, those opportunities were quickly handed over to a select group. They are governing for the few, not the majority of us, not for you. And so we say it's not just a violation of the procurement law, it's a betrayal of public trust. It is a betrayal of the mechanic in Eleuthera, especially South and Central Eleuthera. It's a betrayal. It's a betrayal of the workers through the streets that I grew up in, Key West Street, Florida Court, Melbourne Road in Yellow Elder, Jenny Street. It is a betrayal of people who are looking for a piece of the Bahamian pie. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the public's purse belongs to the Bahamian people. It does not belong to the Progressive Liberal Party. This kind of reckless, politically motivated spending doesn't build roads and schools or hospitals alone. It builds resentment. It builds inequality. And it builds a future where only the privileged, or primarily the privileged, enjoys, while everybody else has to wait and see. The trickle-down economics that govern their decision-making has not and will not work for our people. We will make transparency the cornerstone of governance from day one. We will establish a fixed timeline for full freedom of information implementation. In the interim, we will take immediate action, proactively publishing key reports, granting easier access to information, and ensuring that the public and press are empowered to scrutinize government action. Every state-owned enterprise and public agency, of course, Ministry of Tourism, will be held to a new standard. We will require the public publications of quarterly financial disclosures, and we will enforce mandatory deadlines for the release of audited financials. No more hiding behind bureaucracy. We will require all state-owned enterprises to publish unaudited annual financials. And if and when the audits are delayed, we want you to move even faster to publish them. Board chairs and executive managers will face administrative sanctions for non-compliance. Exemptions will be granted only in the case of national emergencies or clear documented contingencies. We will enforce both the letter and the spirit of Public Procurement Act. When exceptions are made, we will follow what the law now describes and we will document all of the justifications. We will require state-owned enterprises to comply with Section 5 of the Act, publicly posting procurement procedures and any awarded contracts over $25,000. Mr. Deputy, for the remaining 10 minutes that I have, while we are forward-looking as a party, I do want to take a brief trip down memory lane.
Take us, please.
The Prime Minister has been using a whole lot of public relations tricks and gimmicks to try and convince the public that he is a grand visionary leader presiding over an era of expanded development and prosperity. Exoma calls it a boom.
Boom.
But the reality of his 4-year tenure is not lost on Bahamians. They see the truth. They know his resume of actual accomplishment is thin. 30 years later, he's trying to establish footprints in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. We are happy for the people. My mommy from New Bight, Cat Island. She's from Dowds. Daddy from Ragged Island. Any benefit to Cat Island, we appreciate. Rumkey, we appreciate. But 30 years later, they see him as a relic of a bygone era of patronage, politics, of secret deals. They know that there's a lot of sizzle, but no steak. Outgoing member for Freetown. This Prime Minister that wants to embrace glory, but run away from accountability, long on promises and photo ops. And I'm still here by the grace of God. But short on performance and short on results. Let me take you Freetown down memory lane.
Take Freetown.
This is the kind of leadership failure the Bahamian people have had to contend with for the last 4 years, for some 30 years. One, we've watched the Prime Minister and the Minister who's from Fort Charlotte cost the Bahamian people over $150 million in increased BPL bills after botching the fuel hedge program, inherited from the F&M that brought surcharge down to a historically low level.
That's right.
We've watched the Prime Minister flip-flop on multi-year NIB rates increases that he must have agreed to in cabinet. If he didn't agree to what was announced by the then minister, that minister should have been fired. But we believe he agreed to it, and when the public backlash came, he reversed his position. And now in this budget debate, there's this cry about what we can do to save NIB. We watched the Prime Minister once again flip-flop on the Exuma moorings deal that he himself signed, he himself approved. And when the public backlash came, all of a sudden, he canceled a deal. And no less, Mr. Deputy,
Right there.
than the deputy leader, the member for Exuma, came to the
check
rescue.
OPM.
He said, listen,
check OPM.
he said, man,
That's what he say.
he said, it wasn't me. He pulled a shaggy. He followed the member for Fort Charlotte who pulled a shaggy on the Prime Minister of
shaggy.
BPL. He said it was not me, it was that fella who did it. And so, again,
Pressure was on.
we watched the Prime Minister. We watch him refuse to inform the public of the results of the investigation he promised on the same moorings deal. And we understand that most of the material has not left Exuma yet. We need you to step up, Exuma and Ragged Island. Speak for your people. Speak for your people.
Speak.
These brazen conflict of interest, where persons in the office of the Prime Minister are a part of receiving a generational deal. We go down memory lane. We watch the Prime Minister refuse to investigate the documented complaints from the then head of immigration against their former minister. And even after Minister Bell directly, in our view, interfered in an active immigration operation against undocumented Asian workers at British colonial property, again, the Prime Minister refused to take any action. And this is what they tout as strong leadership. No, sir. Ministers obstructing the functions of uniformed officers doesn't seem to be an issue for him. We've watched the Prime Minister refusing to report on an investigation supposedly commenced into a litany of irregularities reported at the Department of Immigration. The question is why? How is it possible we could have all these immigration consultants, guys who could get permits before they got workers? I mean, it's incredible. It's either we are out to lunch, it's either members of this government are out to lunch, or there's another kind of relationship that is unsavory. It does not make sense to us. We have watched the Prime Minister flip-flop under the Gestapo tactics by agencies of the government going into businesses armed. Some of these businesses, you could easily check them online to determine if they are compliant or not. Intimidating folks to show what? And then he backpedaled when the pressure got tall. Flip-flopping. That's one of his characteristics. We have watched the Prime Minister flip-flop on the massive boat fee hikes, as him and his Ministry of Finance did not approve them in the first place. We've watched the Prime Minister fail to give a full accounting of the monies that he promised to return that were inappropriately advanced from the Treasury when they took a private political trip to Bermuda. We are still waiting, but the PLP believes that they are above the law. It's one rule for you and a different rule for everybody else. Serial lawbreakers. We have watched the Prime Minister allow the Minister of Housing, the former Minister of Housing, to take a $20 million loan directly, according to their reports, and provide zero accounting for how that money has been spent. Only the Prime Minister, not even a corporate soul in housing, have the ability to commit the Bahamian people to a loan. But no consequences. Some can move. And the deal I mentioned earlier with the $10 million, it's my understanding there may be some kind of relationship, but it would be wonderful if you could clarify. We watched the Prime Minister allow his Minister of Transport to violate the law and refuse to publish in the Gazette the details of the new taxi plates issued. We watched the Prime Minister allow a company to set up at the airport air freight terminal and levy, in effect, a new tax on the Bahamian people.
They love taxes now.
We've watched the Prime Minister hand out hundreds of dollars in critical BPL electricity infrastructure. I should really say hundreds of millions to companies, in our view, that should have gone through competitive bidding, and where Bahamians should have been able to buy in to those contracts. Mr. Deputy, if I just have a couple, I'm at closing, so if I can just wrap up. Thank you. Bahamians, let me just say as I close, Bahamians know what this budget is really about. It is a political instrument. It's not a national blueprint. One of the things we commit to making sure that our plan of action, our manifesto, is a subset. It is a portion of the National Development Plan, where thousands of Bahamians, they have envisioned what their country should be like, and every party should be working to fulfill that. And so we are not going to promote stale recycle ideas, and nor are we going to keep ministers who are serial lawbreakers. If the Prime Minister wants to convince us that he is shaking the tree, he would have made some changes. We know he moved ministers from place to place, but he has not fired them. The Free National Movement is not in the business of wishful thinking. We are here to lead, to govern, to offer the Bahamian people a bold and credible alternative, rooted in values, vision, and verifiable results. We do not offer fairy tales. We offer focus, discipline, compassion, and a belief that the greatness of this country lies not in the grandeur of government, but in the strength of its people. We will lead this country differently. And we will lead again with courage, competence, and a commitment to all Bahamians. We don't want to just be better than you. We will be better than our previous selves. Let me tell you what's remarkable. The resilience of our people, despite the failures of this government. That's what's remarkable. That is what's keeping this country going. We take in this House far too much credit for what we should be crediting the Bahamian people. And so we offer a vision that we want to promote opportunities and ownerships, island by island, but neighborhood by neighborhood. We want to make sure that there's accountability. We want to make sure that there's resilience in our people, and you can't just talk it, you have to fund it. And so today, Mr. Deputy, across our islands, too many Bahamians are quietly shouldering burdens they did not create. They are working longer hours, but falling further behind. They are paying more, but getting less. They are seeing billions spent, but not seeing the progress in their own lives. And what do they hear from this government? Things are better, things are booming, the numbers are up, the spreadsheet looks good. The truth is, we are a nation at a crossroad, and the Bahamian people know it, they feel it, they're living it. They see it in the breakdown of their community services. They see it in the rising cost of living. They see it in the empty promises that keep being recycled. But we in the F&M do not believe that this is the best way to do business. We signed up to serve, and serve we should. We believe in this Bahamas that every Bahamian ought to feel safe and supported, where young Bahamians see a future here at home rather than building somebody else's country. We believe in the Bahamas, where the goal should be to empower the many, not just focus on the few. We believe that there should be accountability. It is a principle we are committed to, and we believe that the Bahamas has to be built primarily by Bahamians, and when others come in, they must come in on our terms. This is our vision. We do not ask the Bahamian to wait and see. We invite them to build and believe together, to step into the next chapter without fear, but with purpose. A chapter where every family feels secure, where every Bahamian has a chance to succeed. Mr. Deputy, where government earns the trust. That is what we strive for. We wish to restore trust in government, and where we will rise together, where we will work together, where we will fight for the future of every single Bahamian. That is the country we love, and this is the country we are prepared to fight for. With those words, Marco City support.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
On On a point of order, Mr. Deputy, the member for Marco City and his enthusiasm to downplay the remarkable tourism numbers, he has made several erroneous statements on several erroneous charts that's now making their way around social media. And I believe that was the intent. But let me just correct a few things. Firstly, the member on this chart that we can see talks about the nine straight months of decline, month over month, or year over year. For the month, and I'm going to table these numbers, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you.
I'm going to table these numbers just to dispute the erroneous information put on the record by Marco City. For the month of April, stopover arrivals were up 9% compared to last year, April, despite what he shows on his chart. Also erroneously stated on a chart, he makes reference to several Caribbean destinations. But I will tell the member for Marco City that according to the Caribbean Tourism Organization, they noted 6.1% growth in 2024 over 2019 for the Caribbean region, whilst the Bahamas was 54%. Wow. Finally, he is circulating a chart with some very bland numbers, and he makes reference to Q1 2024. I believe that's an error too. A lot that he has said is just wrong, Mr. Deputy. But I'm not sure what to compare his numbers to. But let me just state that for 2024, overall arrivals were 16.2% ahead. For April, it was 9% ahead. And for March, it was 9% ahead. Wow. Now, Mr. Deputy, I went into great detail.
Serious business.
I went into great detail to speak to the numbers of our #1 industry. This is very serious business. Putting erroneous information into the public is disingenuous, and it's not the making of a good leader, Mr. Deputy. I'm prepared to lay these numbers for the record of the House.
Thank you. Order that the documents be brought up. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Says that I made to anything. I'm going to lay each of the documents for you and for the minister's review.
Member. Order that the documents be brought up. Yeah, member.
Yeah, he said he had a lot of documents to table.
Member, we table in the documents
All right.
first. Yeah. Order the documents to lie on the table. As many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. My colleagues trying to stoke me up. They know I'm from Baytown. They know how I go. I trying so hard to stay honorable. I ready. I've been ready. Even the devil run. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. And I am very privileged to rise today in this honorable place. And of course, as usual, I give absolute gratitude to Almighty God, to whom I always give glory and honor and praise, to have allowed me the opportunity to represent the people of the greatest constituency I know, Golden Gates. Mr. Deputy, I come to this place to contribute on behalf of those people from Golden Gates who have put their trust in me and continue to put their trust in me to advocate for their values and interests in this honorable place. Of course, I also would like to thank our Honorable Prime Minister for the opportunity to serve in his cabinet and for his continued confidence in me to do the work for the nation as the minister. Now, I coined this, Mr. Deputy. I am the minister responsible for the workers. Yes. I think some people have a problem with that, but the reality is that's what my responsibility is, bestowed upon me by our Honorable Prime Minister. So, Deputy, on a personal note, I want to highlight that tomorrow, while we will be here working for the people in this honorable place and doing the country's business, I personally am calling it a day of triple blessings for me and my family. So, Deputy, Today, this evening, I'm joined by a lot of special people in the gallery who I'm going to recognize over the course of my communication. But I want to start with some important people that are tuned in. And they are my children and my husband. Tomorrow is one of those rare and sacred moments in life when multiple blessings align. Tomorrow will be my husband's 67th birthday. He does. He's a Marine. I am overflowing with pride, though, as 2 of my 3 daughters will reach incredible milestones tomorrow. First of all, my firstborn, Lauren, who's all the way over in Jamaica. She dreamt of being a doctor in 5th grade. And now she completes medical school in Jamaica with distinction. She is taking her oath and stepping boldly into her calling tomorrow, unfortunately, in my absence. But my mother and my sister have ably traveled to represent me tomorrow, and I'm so proud of Lauren. Mr. Deputy, the member for Kalani says that my daughter Lauren is so brilliant because his hands were the first hands to touch her head. Now, I don't know, but he has also expressed to me that I'm no medical doctor, to graduate with distinction is indeed from medical school and high honors. Then, Mr. Deputy, my middle daughter, Kaylee, she's our firecracker of a leader. She also graduates tomorrow with honors as the student body president, the head girl, and the valedictorian for ISBET. And I am so proud of her as she closes one chapter and opens the next. So, Mr. Deputy, tomorrow I'll have 3 reasons to celebrate and one heart full of gratitude as I celebrate with my family, and which will be a lifetime of memories made tomorrow. Thank God for that blessing. I am truly grateful, and I do not take it for granted. Mr. Deputy, each time I stand in this House, I am fully conscious of the weight of each decision that I make, knowing that my beloved constituents are relying on me to make the choices that will produce a better Golden Gates and a better nation. Today, I can say without reservation that my support of this budget is fully aligned with that objective. This debate marks an historic moment in our nation's development. We've presented the first projected budgetary surplus in our nation's history. This is a testament to the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, who leads this administration with disciplined management, focused on unwavering commitment to transforming the lives of Bahamian people. Yes. So, Deputy, we've achieved this milestone not through harsh austerity measures and budget cuts, which is what our predecessors attempted to do and failed. Instead, we've achieved this milestone through sound fiscal management, fair tax policies that ensure that wealthy individuals and 9-figure corporations pay their fair share. We've achieved it through growing the economy and cutting taxes like VAT and customs duties to stimulate consumer spending. This is what we meant when we said in 2021 that this country needed visionary, compassionate leadership. Where before we had an administration raising VAT by 60%, trying to tax their way into fiscal health at the expense of the Bahamian economy. We now have a government who lowers taxes and raises revenues by growing the economy. The budget before us today tells the story of a nation that agreed with us by refusing to accept the status quo. A people that rejected business as usual in favor of a vision for a new day for this nation, and an administration that is fully committed to expanding opportunities island by island, day by day, for people of all walks of life, as we march toward our ultimate goal of widespread prosperity, equity, and equality for the Bahamian people. So, Deputy, when we assumed office in September 2021, our nation confronted extraordinary challenges that threatened to do irreparable damage to our economy, our healthcare and educational systems, and our people. The convergence of COVID-19, Hurricane Dorian, global supply chain disruptions, and economic recession created conditions unlike anything witnessed in recent years. In the public service, we found a system in crisis. There had not been a single industrial agreement signed in over 4 years, and the promotions backlog stretched back over a decade or more in some cases. Annual increments designed to help workers cope with inflation had been eliminated during a period of record global inflation. So how could a government make the decision to get rid of a cost of living incremental increase at a time when the cost of living was rising out of control? This decision demonstrated the F&M's profound disconnect from the struggles of families and working people. The members of that former administration, who now claim to represent the interests of the Bahamian people and have all the answers, failed to speak up on that decision. Instead, they banged on the table and cheered in support of a vicious agenda that hurt lower income and middle class families. Fortunately, from day one, this Davis administration refused to accept this state of affairs as our nation's destiny. We established our goal line far beyond a 5-year term, challenging ourselves daily to deliver transformational change that could be felt on the ground in the short term while planting the seeds for long-term success. Mr. Deputy, we are laying a foundation for an agenda that will continue to deliver 10, 20, 50 years from now, as we remain committed to uplifting people and breaking down the old systems that disempowered Bahamians, robbed them of a sense of fairness and justice, and created loopholes that benefited the privileged few by placing burdens on the backs of the many. Mr. Deputy, we wouldn't be a PLP administration if we didn't address this situation head-on. We are rooted in the values of this great party, inspired by Linden and driven by the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis, supported by our Deputy Prime Minister, Chester Cooper, and my colleague cabinet ministers and parliamentarians who have contributed to our cause. We have worked tirelessly. From day one, we did not take a vacation, and the record shows that our work created a better Bahamas and is creating a better Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, the results of our approach speak definitively of our administration's capacity to deliver results. We transformed our tourism industry from struggling to record-breaking. We reduced unemployment from record highs to 8.7%, the lowest rate since 2008. And this achievement reflects the thousands of Bahamian workers who transitioned from unemployment to dignified, gainful employment. Our debt to GDP ratio has fallen from over 100% during the pandemic to 72.7% and continues declining annually. This fiscal turnaround provides the foundation for sustainable investments in education, healthcare, infrastructure, and social programs. We approved over $12 billion in investments, creating thousands of construction jobs and thousands more permanent jobs, while positioning our economy for sustained growth. These investments span tourism development, infrastructure, modernization of energy reform, and emerging industries that diversify our economic base. This Davis administration has initiated infrastructure projects throughout the Family Islands, including airport upgrades in Cat Island, Exuma, and Eleuthera. Cat Island, Exuma, and Eleuthera, ultimately targeting improvements and expansions in 14 Family Islands, as well as Grand Bahama and Long Island. Mr. Deputy, we also launched, and you're going to hear a lot of this, They don't like it, but we're gonna say it because it's the facts. We have also launched unprecedented first-time initiatives. Rent to own, the National School Breakfast Program, the National Youth Guard, to name a few. There's still so much more work to be done, but the progress speaks for itself, Mr. Deputy, and I believe the Bahamian people understand that this is not the time to make any changes in governance that will put a stop to the positive growth that they are seeing. Mr. Deputy, everyone knows you don't change a good construction crew in the middle of building your house. So the Davis administration is in the middle of building a better Bahamas. And Bahamians know we can't afford any disruptions in the plan by letting novices take over halfway through the job. Deputy Speaker, within the Ministry of Labor and Public Service, our achievements reflect the broader transformation occurring across the government while addressing years of neglect of Bahamian workers. When we assumed office, labor relations appeared irreparably damaged. The previous administration went 4 years without signing one single industrial agreement. Public and private sector workers, that's what they say, stand by. That's what they say, stand by. Public and private sector workers face stagnant wages while the cost of living increased. Union leaders reported frustration with the government, the then government. Unwillingness to engage in meaningful negotiations. What about now? 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 Obi Ferguson, we signed 5 union agreements in 2025 alone for the TUC. Not one. But you know, they don't have the moral authority because now you trying to cozy up. Let's look ahead because now, y'all trying to cozy up to those same unions that y'all did not want to speak to.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Order, members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I didn't want to interrupt the member from Golden Gates, right? But as the honorable member looks back, what she has not addressed yet, and I'm sure she will, what she has not, Mr. Deputy, the President, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, I didn't even speak yet, Mr. Deputy. You gave me, Mr. Deputy, you acknowledged me.
I know, hold on.
Want me to sit down?
No.
I haven't said anything yet, honorable member. I haven't said anything yet. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Deputy.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you. Thank you. The president of the TUC, Mr. Deputy, has talked about, Mr. Deputy, that this government has failed to honor their word, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, this agreement here that the PLP government signed with the TUC and the other bodies, Mr. Deputy, they say they have not lived up to this. That's what they have said. That's what the union said. And now, hold on, and now that it's row day, now Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Ferguson is the worst person in the world. It's the worst person in the world. Y'all was all right. Y'all were all right when y'all signed this.
Okay, member.
Y'all were all right when y'all signed this. Mr. Deputy?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Yeah, sit down.
Mr. Deputy, St. Barnabas,
Order,
if St.
members.
Barnabas thinks that O.B. Ferguson is the worst person in the world, that came out of his mouth. You never heard it come out of anyone on this side. You just said it.
You just
said it.
You just said it.
You just said it. So should we expunge it because you just said it?
Mr. Deputy, we have been in this house debating this issue of labor for the past year, 2 years. And when, Mr. Hold up,
Members,
Mr. Deputy, I'm talking about Mr. Deputy, and on the issue, we have heard members on their feet in here saying that what Mr. Ferguson has said to the media and what Mr. Ferguson has said in public is not true. So now all of a sudden, Mr. Ferguson is the bad one?
Members.
All of a sudden, Mr. Ferguson is the bad one?
Order.
When you all signed this, everything was hunky-dory. Now Mr. Ferguson comes
Members.
out and y'all ignore him and dismiss him?
Order. No, St. Barnabas, that's the second time you said that. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Y'all are pathetic. You don't have no moral authority to speak on any union, industrial agreement, anything.
You signed any beaches
I was
and
there
Bob's
too.
agreement?
I was there too.
Order, members.
I was there too. Sit down.
Members, and I'm standing. I want silence from both sides. Now we're never gonna get through this debate if we keep standing up on points of order and then be running on with something else. I mean, and that comes from both sides. Both sides. So I need to hear what Golden Gates is saying. I don't need no more interruptions because I need to understand what she's saying. So no interruptions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
The first thing I say, Mr. Deputy, is they are disingenuous because they're trying to cozy up and sneak and talk to all these unions now. When they had the time to speak to the unions before 2021, the unions had to take y'all to court to beg y'all to talk, and y'all still
Order,
ain't come.
members.
Now that I can report on what we have delivered, thank you, because you preempted. Shame. Sit down. The public faced institutional challenges that threatened its effectiveness. A massive promotions backlog meant qualified public servants remain in positions below their skills and experience for years or even decades. Some people waited for over 20 years for their matters to be rectified. We are talking about promotions, HR matters, confirmations, and other issues that should be routine administrative processes. I think they did have a minister of public service, if I'm not mistaken. Instead, the system was so broken that what should be routine became a privilege. And far too many public servants fell through the cracks. Some of them retired, some even died, Mr. Deputy, without ever receiving the promotions and confirmations they earned. And this is a crying shame, something we cannot and never will accept. With all of this going on, that's why it's such a slap in the face for annual increments to be stopped by them.
Yes, that's right.
Our public servants were already dealing with so much. So how could you halt annual increments during a time of record global inflation? Talk about kick someone when they're down. Yes. Wow. How could you put a stop to increases for our hard-working public servants who continue to keep the government running at the risk of their own health when everything else was shut down? We immediately committed to repairing the institutional damage done by our predecessors. Mr. Deputy, we restore dignity to our public servants. We cleared well over 1,000 promotions from the promotions backlog, addressing cases that had languished for years without resolution, and we continue to work. We executed the first public service-wide promotional exercise in over 8 years, covering 1,137 clerical public service staff. This exercise resulted in $18 million added to public servant salaries, separate and apart from the hundreds of general promotions processed simultaneously. We also increased public service pension payments, and we raised the minimum wage, providing relief for retirees and those who are at the lower paid end of the pay scale.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
So, Deputy, as we sought to bring in fresh new energy into the public service, over 2,000 young people under the age of 35 have been hired since September 2021. We promoted over 3,500 public servants during our first 3 years.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Deputy, systematically, we filled the hollow middle that was created by the many years where insufficient promotions were processed. At the same time, we implemented the first ever, y'all hear the first ever again? The first ever succession planning policy. Marco City, I think you say fair play. I don't remember what your plan is, but we have it already. Our first ever succession planning policy ensures that the practice of bringing back retirees can be phased out in a way that makes room for new leaders, but also ensures continuity and knowledge sharing. We made considerable progress in labor as well, where our predecessors signed zero industrial agreements in 4 years. We signed 56 industrial agreements. And counting. Mr. Deputy, in case people don't understand, these agreements delivered. So I don't know what's in Barnabas talking about. These agreements delivered. And see, I think they play on the fact that sometimes we sign agreements and there may be technicalities or delays because of processes. But these 56 agreements delivered. What did they deliver? Meaningful salary and benefit increases for tens of thousands of public and private sector employees across the Bahamas. This includes nurses who had worked without pay raises for years while providing health care during a global pandemic. It includes the teachers who educate our children finally receiving long overdue recognition through improved compensation. Police officers, defense force officers, immigration officers, correctional officers, the same people that Marco City was naming, have benefited. All the men and women who keep our nation safe, they receive benefits that were owed. These 56 agreements place over $40 million in additional funds directly into the pockets of public servants. Mr. Deputy, that helps families pay mortgages, purchase groceries, fund their children's education, and build savings for the future. Yes. But the transformation in labor relations extends beyond these agreements, Mr. Deputy. Social dialogue with all stakeholders has been a major priority. And I would like to acknowledge and thank the diligent and hard-working labor relations unit of my ministry, yes, led by Mr. Bernard Evans. I think he is right here in the gallery. Please stand. Good Andresman. All right. Mr. Evans, along with Sindira Bain, Reverend James Palacios, Paul Maynard, Lester Turnquest, Colin Wright, and Cleola Hamilton. And you know, Mr. Deputy, I could say this along my contribution about many people that are sitting in the gallery. When people try to attack the politician because they think they're attacking the politician, I am going to identify today the public servants, the people who are doing the work. Yeah. So when you think you're attacking the politician, you are attacking the public servants and the workers who are doing the job. Mr. Deputy, we established quarterly meetings with representatives, which is one of the MOU fulfillments, and there'll be many more that I will touch. Every union and every employers' confederation meets with us quarterly, which promotes regular dialogue that prevents small issues from becoming major disputes and proactively anticipates future issues and by getting ahead of them. And sir, to Deputy, I say this is quite an achievement, because we are just coming back from ILO in Geneva, and many countries have admitted that they cannot achieve this level of social cooperation because relations between governments and unions remain too contentious. But we approach negotiations as opportunities for partnerships rather than adversarial encounters. Our objective remains consistent. How can we realistically reach agreements that improve conditions for our workers while ensuring that government can fulfill its obligations? This approach clearly has worked wonders. The 56 agreements we signed, compared to 0 signed by our predecessors, speak for themselves. So, Deputy,
Nobody waiting to see that.
Mr. Deputy, reviewing the line items of the Ministry of Labor and Public Services budget for this upcoming year reflects a balance of fiscal responsibility and discipline, combined with strategic investments in people. The overall public service budget increased by $3.9 million, a fairly modest 1.05% increase. This includes a $446,000 increase in permanent and pensionable positions, offset by a $578,000 decrease for contract workers as we successfully transition temporary arrangements to permanent employment status. The $11.9 million decrease in special employment projects reflects the PSPEP participants successfully transitioning into permanent public service positions.
Great news, great news.
This represents hundreds of young people who move from temporary status to career positions with full benefits and advancement opportunities. The $900,000 decrease in consultancy services resulted from completing major digitalization contracts. As the scanning process approaches its end and the systems are fully updated, we require less external support and rely more on internal expertise, which is why employees were fully trained to ensure that we expanded institutional knowledge. The $8 million adjustment in the rent line item represents a reorganization rather than increased costs. NIB rents were previously included with NIB leases, and now all rental expenses are grouped together for better financial tracking. You will note a corresponding decrease in the NIB leases line item as a result. The $9 million increase in pensions accounts for anticipated public service departures as personnel reach retirement, eligibility, and attrition out. This demographic shift creates both challenges and opportunities as we plan succession strategies. Insurance premiums for personnel increased by $7.9 million to accommodate annual premium increases and enhanced insurance benefits resulting from labor agreements. This investment in public service health coverage represents a fundamental commitment to employee well-being. In fact, this is the first time, Engliston, this is the first time ever that health insurance will be offered to every public servant. Before, whether insurance was offered or not depended on union agreements. But now all public servants will have access to health insurance coverage. And that covers all of the budgetary changes, Mr. Deputy, for public service. The Department of Labor. The Department of Labor received $420,000 in budget increases. This includes $163,000 for permanent and pensionable salaries, reflecting officers transferred from other ministries and the PSPEP regularizations. We also allocated $230,000 for contractual workers from officer transfers and new contracts supporting our program expansions and various other smaller allocations, including responsibility allowances, disturbance allowances, uniform supplies that ensure our professional appearance and appropriate compensation for challenging assignments. In addition to the public service and labor increases, we have the public service salary review and increase. And I know a lot of people are waiting to hear about this. We've been getting lots of messages. This is not reflected within our line item, but represents a conscious decision by the Davis administration to improve compensation across the board for public servants. Beginning at the end of June, that's in a few weeks, 2,400 mid-level public servants will receive increases ranging up to 8%.
They don't have to wait and see.
400, they don't, it's done, loaded. PS loaded, it's loaded.
They'll have to wait and see.
And that's June, 2,400. And just a few months from now in September, thousands more public servants below the mid-level will receive increases. This represents the most significant compensation improvement for public servants in decades.
They'll have to wait until
September.
7 o'clock.
Remember? I know the speech was good.
I was rambling in it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand to move that the business of the House to continue beyond 7 p.m.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, that will be approximately, at the end of June, that will be approximately $7 million. That's in a matter of days. In additional funds in the pockets of public servants from Abaco to Inagua.
Wow.
Additionally, falling under finance, you will see new funding for health insurance coverage, which is what enables us for the first time ever to provide health insurance coverage for every single public servant.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, what can be seen in the numbers alone is evident in our annual agenda as our dedication to expanding opportunities for Bahamians through labor and public service is evident. For example, on Monday of this week, Marcos City, this is a part of our succession planning, we proudly launched the National Public Service Scholars Program, a pioneering collaboration between public service and the University of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, I heard a lot of talk when we talk about the retirees saying, oh, we should just bring some young people and put them in the public service. It doesn't work like that. The public service has its nuances, and we can't just bring a young person in and place them at the top levels in the public service. We have to train them. This program is a response to that. It is a signature program that was initiated by the permanent secretaries of the public service to inspire young Bahamians to pursue a career in the public sector. It reflects our commitment to fostering excellence in public administration and marks a strategic step in deliberate succession planning while building a 21st century public service with dynamic, innovative, well-equipped, trained young professionals. In recent years, we've faced challenges in attracting and retaining qualified public officers at the mid and senior levels. And this has resulted in what has been described as the hollow middle, in which we have sufficient people at the very top and the bottom, but not enough workers in the middle levels. This situation has been further complicated by an aging public service. The establishment of this program is a strategic move to address these challenges, ensuring that we cultivate the next generation of public sector leaders who are equipped with the knowledge, skills, and dedication needed to drive progress. Mr. Deputy, this is a part of our wider efforts to fix the issues with government recruitment, hiring, onboarding, professional development, promotions, and succession planning processes. We view these various initiatives, the promotions backlog efforts, the revamped PSPEP, the establishment of the defined career pathways, and the many other ongoing initiatives as part of a cohesive whole with one goal in mind: to create a public service that our best and brightest and most qualified candidates and up-and-coming young people actually want to join, stay, and grow in, because it represents a compelling opportunity for career growth, professional development, and most importantly, a chance to make a difference in our nation. Mr. Deputy, our digitalization initiatives represent a fundamental transformation of government operations that will improve service delivery while creating more efficient and effective processes. With millions of documents scanned, we are nearing the end of the process of fully uploading all public service files to our digital document management solution so that our digital processes can be fully up to date moving forward. In partnership with the Ministry of Finance, we are rolling out the Cloud Bahamas HRMIS system to digitalize all human resources and payroll processes. This cloud-based platform replaces antiquated manual processes with automated workflows that reduce errors, accelerate processing times, increases accountability, and provides real-time access to personnel information. This transition will eliminate countless hours currently spent on administrative tasks, allowing public servants to focus more time on the work that matters and less time on repetitive clerical and administrative work. At the end of this process, the automated digital workflows will enhance productivity by routing documents, approvals, and requests through systematic processes that prevent delays and bottlenecks. HR matters will advance through approval processes more rapidly, reducing frustration for employees and our HR managers. The new system includes contract workers and PSPEP participants, addressing payment delays that have affected these specific categories of employees. Future cohorts of PSPEP participants will not know the struggle of repeatedly late payments thanks to this upgrade. And I know the 700 or over 700 former PSPEP participants who are now assigned to the public service can appreciate this news. Mr. Deputy, as we enhance processes and rid ourselves of ineffective systems, one of the major overhauls happening this upcoming year, is the laying of the groundwork for the launch of a contributory pension plan. Mr. Deputy, I would like to give acknowledgement to my colleagues, the Senator, the Honorable Michael Alcides, and our Attorney General, Senator, the Honorable Ryan Pinder, for the work that they are doing to bring this to fruition. Put simply, the current model, which doesn't require contributions from employees, is not sustainable and slowly ballooning into an unmanageable cost for the government. Current demographic projections indicate that without reforms, pension liabilities will become unsustainable, threatening benefits for current and future retirees and negatively impacting the government's overall fiscal sustainability. So the contributory plan is not optional. It is a necessity for the government. The new contributory model will allow public servants to make contributions monthly to their pension fund, with benefits generally superior to the existing scheme, and these benefits are proportionate to the amount contributed. Current pension plan participants will retain all accrued benefits while accessing additional contributory benefits when they retire. This means that in the future, current public servants will receive their existing pension, their contributory pension, and their NIB benefits, providing unprecedented retirement security. Incoming public servants will join the contributory plan right away, creating a sustainable system for future generations. The new system offers complete portability, allowing employees who transition to private sector employment to maintain their pension benefits. They can keep paying into the system to ensure that they never lose their pension despite leaving government. By implementing changes now, Mr. Deputy, we avoid the crisis situations that have affected other countries where pension reforms were delayed until problems became unsolvable. This is one of the many long-standing issues we have addressed as an administration. just like we're doing with the new hospitals, NHI, catastrophic health care, national insurance, school breakfast, Family Island airports, industrial agreements, the Port Authority, Grand Lucayan, school attendance, housing, energy reform, so many other initiatives. I could spend the next 5 minutes naming them.
Name on.
The Davis administration is the fix-it administration. All of the problems that existed that everyone looked the other way on or were too intimidated to address, we made them our priorities to solve. If it's broken, this Davis administration is committed to fixing it. Government pensions will become another system that we are fixing for good. So, Deputy, our accommodations unit, ably led by Mr. Travis Bowe, along with his team, and I'd like to recognize them, Decker Daniels, Preston Albury, Chino Davis, Ricardo Gray, Nicola Fowler, Raven Cooper, Jason Farrington, and Scott Coakley. They continue with the work to systematically upgrade working conditions for public servants across our country, creating modern, healthy, productive work environments while achieving cost savings through strategic consolidation. Improvements are occurring throughout our archipelago as public servants transition to upgraded facilities that enhance both productivity and job satisfaction. We refuse to accept that public servants should work in substandard conditions. A government office should be just as modern and innovative and supportive of good work as the best private sector offices. Our accommodation improvements reflect our broader commitment to treating public servants as the professionals they are, providing work environments that support excellence while demonstrating our respect for those who serve the public. While this remains a work in progress, the improvement of office accommodations for public servants across our country remains a priority and is steadily improving. Deputy Speaker, among the remaining items on our labor agenda to be rolled out, the labor legislative reform stands out as a truly transformational initiative that will change the status quo for workers in this nation for years to come. I acknowledge our amazing team of HR consultants comprised of some of the best in our nation who have methodically and strategically audited, analyzed, and developed all that our labor legislation and reimagination of public services. And he was here earlier. The group is led by Mr. Keenan Johnson and includes Simone Bowe, Sherry Lee Pinder, Marilyn Brennan, Patrice Taylor, Wellington Hepburn, and Nathaniel Butler. This is the most comprehensive reform of labor legislation in our nation's history. We are systematically modernizing the Employment Act, the Industrial Relations Act, the Public Service Act, and general orders to reflect 21st century workplace realities and international best practices. These reforms will introduce expanded maternity leave, recognizing the importance of early childhood development and family bonding time. A new paternity leave policy that will acknowledge fathers' roles in child rearing and family stability. Mental health leave will address the growing recognition that psycho-emotional well-being affects workplace performance and quality of life. We are strengthening protections for casual workers who have historically lacked job security and benefits. The casual workers at the Grand Bahama Shipyard and other properties will surely appreciate enhanced protections and stability for the important support they provide. Our remote work policies will acknowledge technological advances that make flexible employment arrangements possible while maintaining productivity and accountability. Among the other changes this reform will bring is an improvement to severance pay provisions to ensure that workers receive fair compensation when employment ends. Enhanced workplace harassment protections will create safer work environments for all employees, particularly women and other vulnerable workers. Occupational safety and health standards will be adapted to our new climate reality, as we come to terms with warming temperatures and extreme weather events. There will also be other laws designed specifically to help us adapt to climate change, digital transformation, and new approaches to social justice and equity through labor. So, Deputy, this legislative transformation has been made possible through extensive tripartite consultation with trade unions, employer confederations, and government agencies. Every stakeholder has contributed to shaping our labor future, ensuring reforms reflect real-world experiences and practical implementation considerations. So, contrary to anyone saying otherwise in the media, the MOU signed with trade unions provides the framework for many of these reforms. As a result, this process provides even further progress on the fulfillment of that MOU with our unions. Through the labor legislative reform process, we are responding to concerns that unions have raised for decades. We're demonstrating that social dialogue can and will produce meaningful results when all parties commit to constructive and honest engagement. Our work has been productive, and unions have been involved every step of the way. In fact, we met with all of them just last month to provide updates and collect more feedback on this labor legislative process. The work is important, and it is progressive. Yes. We have actually surpassed many other nations, Mr. Deputy, within the region and around the world when it comes to labor. These reforms position the Bahamas as a leader on the world stage. Many countries have not updated their labor legislation for decades, but we are making it happen through one of the world's best recent examples of successful, productive tripartism. And much thanks goes out to our National Tripartite Council. Madam Executive Chair, in her absence, and the Council, who's represented today by Council Member Mrs. Joan Dilworth, who is in the gallery. To our Council members, and also I want to recognize the NTC Secretariat staff, Ms. Dana Brown and Mr. Sean Ford, who are driving the process of successful tripartism through the National Tripartite Council. So we thank you for your work. And speaking of productive tripartism, we are the first country in the region to launch a second-generation decent work country program. And Mr. Deputy, this is a feather in the cap for labor that was laid by my successor and colleague, the Honorable Member for Carmichael, who sat in the seat of labor before me and signed the Decent Work Country program in December of 2021. We have remained on track with the execution of that program. The labor legislative reform speaks to our goal to improve governance under the Decent Work Country program, and the regular meetings and collaboration with employers and unions speaks to our goal to improve social dialogue. The third goal of the Decent Work Country program is our National Apprenticeship Program, and I am so excited. The NAP, as we call it, recently received additional funding under this current budget as we prepare to launch our first cohort. In fact, the website for the program is now live, and Bahamians are invited to learn more about the National Apprenticeship Program at nap.gov.bs, and you can see it on your screen, nap.gov.bs. We project approximately 100 Bahamians participating in the pilot, inclusive of the maritime and construction sectors. And I want to acknowledge our Executive Chair, Ms. Michelle Malcolm, who's been driving this process. And we are excited that our board has been formed. Please stand, and begins work this week. You will see advertisements across the country. Thank you, Ms. Malcolm, promoting the work of the National Apprenticeship Program, which feeds into our succession planning and our opportunity to provide youth employment and to target specifically driving down our numbers for youth unemployment.
You don't have to wait for that.
We don't have to wait, it's here. After a successful pilot, the program will then expand to include health and allied services, construction and auto mechanics, hospitality and tourism, information communications technology, and other in-demand industries. There will also be a pre-apprenticeship program, training conducted by the government encompassing academic skills development, financial skills education, mental health support, soft skills training, and technical skills development. This comprehensive approach addresses the reality that many potential workers, especially within youth populations, need holistic support to succeed in modern workplaces. Rather than focusing solely on technical skills, we will prepare apprenticeships for apprentices for every aspect of professional employment in a holistic way. The program is for Bahamian citizens and work-eligible residents aged 16 and up, and we are actively promoting diverse representation, including men and women, family islanders, people living with disabilities, youth, and people with criminal records. Our sole objective is ensuring the success of our apprentices, regardless of their backgrounds, their circumstances, or their previous challenges. Mr. Deputy, one of our marquee initiatives within the Department of Labor is our Notice of Vacancy Policy Enforcement Unit. This unit actively ensures employers comply with legal requirements to, first of all, seek to hire Bahamians first before opting to hire non-Bahamians, and secondly, to identify and train Bahamian understudies to replace non-Bahamians in key roles. The law has always required employers to demonstrate that no qualified Bahamians are available before receiving work permits for foreign workers. The law has also required employers to identify Bahamian understudies. However, enforcement has historically been inadequate, allowing many employers to circumvent these requirements over the years. Bahamian workers are understandably fed up. It's one thing when a multinational company may require someone with multinational experience in a key technical or leadership role. But our population is small. We don't yet have the people that may have experience in certain areas. And everyone understands that there's a need for that kind of support. But when hospitality managers, when bartenders, when lifeguards, housekeeping managers, and other similar roles are being filled by non-Bahamians, we have a problem with that.
Yes, we do.
So the good news is this unit is up and running.
Yeah.
And the Bahamas Director of Labor's unrelenting leadership has produced tangible results. Please stand. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Howard Thompson Jr. in the gallery. He's the Bahamas Director of Labor, and he ain't never scared. His hands-on, boots on the ground, proactive style in collaboration with the Bahamas Immigration and Royal Bahamas Police Force, thank you Fort Charlotte, thank you Freetown, has resulted in the recent rescission of approval of work permits for a few local organizations with non-Bahamian employees working where qualified Bahamians could fill those positions or breaches in labor laws. Many organizations have also been made to train the Bahamian understudies they have identified and put a timeline in place for the understudies to occupy those roles. Our inspectors, and I want to acknowledge a few of them. I see Troy Gardner is in the gallery. And we have our inspectors that include our Rapid Response Unit and our OSH unit at the Department of Labor, Kenneth Wilkinson, Sharon Moss, Jamal Dawkins, Latina Hall, Charles Forbes, Donovan Colebrook, Jackie Smith, Kenrick Woodside, Terrence Gardner, Shamala McPhee, and Ronaldo Roll. And our inspectors have been traveling from island to island to properties throughout our archipelago, actively investigating compliance with labor laws. They even travel as far as the most remote private islands and keys to ensure employers everywhere follow legal requirements that protect Bahamian workers. And we want to thank the workers who reach out to the Department of Labor and our Rapid Response Hotline and give us tips that allow us to actively investigate breaches in labor laws, successfully addressing exploitative situations and recovering unpaid wages and correcting unsafe working conditions through diligent enforcement activities. And I thank the Department of Labor, OSH Unit, and Rapid Response Unit. It's because of these interventions that we're able to protect vulnerable workers while sending clear messages that labor law violations will not be tolerated. Let me clearly state, we fully support anyone who wants to contribute positively to our economy and society. However, the contribution cannot occur at the expense of labor law compliance or opportunities for qualified Bahamians. To support this process, we have to ensure that the proper systems are in place for Bahamians to be aware and have access to opportunities and also be qualified for opportunities. Many of you may notice a number of billboards being erected around the island promoting our labor skills bank. And I encourage you all to sign up at jobseekers.bahamas.gov.bs or bahamas.gov.bs/employment. This is the Department of Labor's employment portal, but it's more than a place for unemployed persons to find jobs. It's a skills bank that's dedicated to being a comprehensive database of Bahamian skills and talents. So even if you are currently employed, if any positions open up at companies around the country, you can be among those Bahamians notified first when there's a skills match to help us ensure that qualified Bahamian professionals are getting first dibs on job opportunities. As I speak, hundreds of jobs remain available in our portal without identified Bahamian candidates. This highlights both employability challenges and the need for Bahamians to register for our services, regardless of your current location or employment status. Once again, the link is jobseekers.bahamas.gov.bs or bahamas.gov.bs/employment. Whether you are employed or unemployed, you are encouraged to sign up. The other part of the equation to get more Bahamians filling roles is training and education. We have to train and educate our workers to address the identified skills gaps. We are expanding public servant training opportunities through POSHAD, the National Training Agency, the National Apprenticeship Program, and UB's National Public Service Scholar Program. This emphasis on upskilling and reskilling addresses employability challenges while building career advancement pathways for current and potential government employees. Under education, innovative new initiatives like the Bahamas Polytechnic Accreditation and Training Hub, BPATH, and CAPAS, the Center for Performing Arts, are preparing more Bahamians for emerging opportunities. The new upskill digital courses for digital and technical skills development would also help us to future-proof our workforce and potentially prepare Bahamians for remote opportunities. And Mr. Deputy, these aren't coming. These are here. No need to wait. Recent reforms to the Public Services Course Overload Policy allow the government to recognize up to 5 simultaneously enrolled courses compared to the previous limit of 2 courses. This change reflects modern educational realities where online and evening classes make it possible to pursue intensive educational programs while maintaining full-time employment. Because of these changes, public servants are now eligible for the tertiary grant program to attend the University of Bahamas for free, removing financial barriers that have prevented career advancement. We are focused on people having access to upskilling and reskilling to ensure that employability is increased. Mr. Deputy, we are also directly linking Bahamians with jobs. The Department of Labor hosts regular employability workshops in partnership with many private sector employers, covering resume writing, interview skills, and job search support. Labor on the Block job fairs provides direct contact between job seekers and employers while adding participants to our digital job portal and national skills bank. These events consistently generate employment opportunities for attendees, and we've had multiple job fairs across many constituencies since the start of the year, both in New Providence and in Grand Bahama, directly securing employment for over 1,000 Bahamians since the start of this year. Deputy Speaker, our accomplishments across economic development, labor relations, and public service reforms have made waves beyond our borders. I just returned from leading a tripartite delegation to the 113th International Labor Conference a few days ago, and other nations have taken notice. We are getting tons of positive feedback. The ILO is pointing to us as a standard for the region.
Yes, all over the place. Global recognition, global.
Countries are taking note as we speak. And you don't have to take my word for it. Ask any of the delegation members who were there. And that includes representatives from local unions who joined us in fulfillment of another one of the terms of the MOU that we signed. And yes, that's the same MOU. They say nothing is being done, and I've already noted a few things. But in reality, most of the list has already been checked off or is underway. Anyway, we're not going to get into that discussion any further. Countries, Mr. Deputy, like Lesotho, who have major challenges with collective bargaining, are coming to us for advice. The ILO noted that collective bargaining around the world is declining. And at a time when the world is seeing a decline in collective bargaining, the Bahamas is signing dozens of industrial agreements. We're meeting peacefully and productively with local unions and employers. We're working together and coming to consensus on legislative reforms. It's easy to take this major progress for granted until you speak to someone from other countries who are shocked by what we have done. There are countries, Mr. Deputy, that we have learned that if you put the government officials and the labor leaders together in the same room, it will result in violence. Yes. But here in the Bahamas, under this Davis administration, we've taken years of stagnancy with zero agreements, no meetings, no progress, and we've turned it into holistic, historic achievements for labor, and the world has now marked the manner of our bed.
Powerful.
Mr. Deputy, this is Bahamian excellence at work.
Overseas.
And there's more to come. Our potential for transformation remains unlimited because we understand that Bahamians are capable of achieving when provided with appropriate opportunities, resources, and support. I said it before, and I will say it again.
Say it again.
It's always about the people.
Always, always.
We measure the success of our policies by the positive impact it has on people's lives. Yes. How many people can we get working? How many people can we uplift? How many workers can we protect and empower? How many public servants can we help to lead fulfilling careers? The answers to these questions are the answers that really matter for my colleagues and I. I believe that by any objective measure, we have achieved a lot. Yes. And there aren't just ministry achievements, Mr. Deputy. We've been supported by unions and employers every step of the way. We've been supported by ministries and agencies across the government, as well as many professional organizations outside and within the Ministry and Department of Labor. I thank all of our Department of Labor teams again, including our director, Mr. Howard Thompson, Mr. Quinton LaRota, Sonia Arthur, Margot Jarrett, Ginger Knowles, Kevin Nesbitt, Terrence Gardner, Troy Gardner. And I want to extend my gratitude to the Department of Labor across our archipelago. This includes our Andrus Assistant Director, Michael Colebrook, yes. Exuma Assistant Director, Leslie Curtis, Eleuthera Deshae Pacenti, Abaco, Elise Davis. There's Simone Thurston, the head of our PES unit, Ms. Tanya Sherman, our Senior Deputy Director. And of course, Mr. Deputy, I would like to acknowledge all of our Department of Labor employees across our country, including Ms. Natasha Bullitt Hamilton in Bimini and all of our team members. Mr. Deputy, we cannot do it without them. They all work tirelessly
Yes.
to protect workers' rights,
Yes.
to facilitate employment opportunities. Mr. Chris Farrington in our PES unit, Mr. Quell Smith, they all work to ensure compliance with labor laws and standards. I'd like to also especially acknowledge the work of the Registrar of Trade Unions, Ms. Yolanta Yallop, who sits in our gallery as well. Please stand. Thank you, Registrar. Registrar Yallop and her team of Antoinette Johnson, Reva Roll, Tamika Charlton, and Rancine Monroe over the past 6 months alone has successfully supervised a number of large-scale trade union elections in conjunction with the Department of Labor and Family Island local government, ensuring integrity, fairness, and efficiency in the democratic processes of our nation's unions. They've also eliminated the backlog of registration of industrial agreements, bringing timely resolution and compliance to a critical area of industrial relations. And they've commenced the digitization of trade union files and the streamlining of internal processes in close collaboration with the Department of Immigration and Communications Technology. These efforts support the launch of the office's official platform, www.tradeunions.gov.bs, which now serves as the central hub for union-related information, latest news, and official notices, advancing our goal of increased access and engagement across the sector, which shows that we are a union-friendly administration, another critical area of reform on our agenda. And I congratulate our registrar and her team. Madam Speaker, our public service teams manage human resources for over 25,000 government employees while implementing complex reforms that modernize operations. This is the largest HR operation in the country, and they've been doing an exceptional job. Thank you to our permanent secretary, Ms. Gina Thompson, and the entire leadership. Please stand. At the ministry, some of these super leadership team are here with us today. DPS Lang, DPS Hanlon, please stand. Chandel Johnson, Carla Flowers, Monique Bethel, Nicola Watson, Deborah Folks, Stacy Farrington, Vanille Smith, Micheline Dacius. I don't want to leave out anyone, but this is the small group of amazing leaders that have processed those 3,500 promotions that you hear us talk about. These are the teams. These are the leaders of our teams and their teams at the Ministry of Public Service. I am so grateful. They work around the clock. They work through the weekends to ensure that we are ensuring that every file on every desk that represents someone's life is given the respect and the dignity that it deserves. I say again, when you attack the work of the public service, these are the people that are doing the work. And I will not allow anyone to attack the great work that the team of the Ministry of Labor and Public Service does every day in service to the 25,000 public servants across our archipelago. They are amazing teams doing amazing work. Good people. They are the special units, Mr. Deputy, that include the HR consultants, the special project team at both labor and public service. And I want to recognize our special projects teams because when we came in, Mr. Deputy, and there couldn't be business as usual, we had to employ some special focus units that would do the work. And some of our unit representatives and leads include Mr. A. Robert Farquharson, Ms. Patrenda Bryce, Kenya Johnson, Betty Sutherland Brown, Mr. Tyrone Palmer, I don't want to leave out anyone. And all of their teams, the communications team, Chet, Ryan, Kendanique, Katia, Tanya, Novato, and Alfredo, our PS PEP administration, Ms. Arlene Poitier, and all of our specialized divisions working so hard behind the scenes to ensure that our programs operate efficiently and the public receives quality service. Mr. Deputy, there's the Public Service Commission, providing oversight and guidance for personnel decisions affecting thousands of public servants. Reverend Moultrie and the entire commission team and members, including Secretary Bernadette Dean, we salute you. Mr. Deputy, we have a fully functional, exceptional international relations unit in our Department of Labor, led by Ms. Vonchelle Etienne. Ms. Etienne and her team are maintaining global partnerships and representing our nation at international forums, and I may say, doing a yeoman's job.
Yes, yes.
The National Training Agency continues to provide first-class skills development opportunities that enhance employability while meeting employer needs for qualified workers in New Providence and Grand Bahama. It's capably led by Executive Chair Agatha Marcel, Ms. Bridget Murray, and the board and staff of the National Training Agencies of Nassau and Grand Bahama. We thank you and salute you. Our Ministry of Labor and Public Service is not Nassau-centric. Grand Bahama and our northern region teams ensure that government services reach every corner of our archipelago. Ms. Natasha Dean, Mr. Sean Bowe, Fawn Bullard, Joan Roca, Crystal Hepburn, Danae Rowland, Latina Lightburn, Carla Brown Roca, Natasha Hamilton, and the entire team at the Department of Labor in Grand Bahama and the Ministry of Labor and Public Service. We salute you. Thank you for your hard work and your support of our ambitious agenda. Our achievements during the first 3.5 years of the Davis administration have created the foundation for an even more ambitious transformation during our remaining time in office and beyond. We will continue driving unemployment lower until we achieve full employment for all Bahamians who want to work. We will create a truly 21st century public service that provides high-quality service through professional, well-trained personnel working in modern facilities. One of the key areas that we must get right in the public service to remain competitive at attracting talent is compensation. Public servant wages and benefits will continue increasing over time to attract and retain talent while providing dignified compensation for public service. These increases will be related to industrial agreements, regular promotions every 2 years, as well as the salary review process. There's been a lot of questions, Mr. Deputy, about the salary review process. So I'd like to provide some more detail. The salary review currently underway was carried out by Deloitte to determine a financially feasible amount that salaries can be increased by. 85 roles across the public service were examined, and various groups include the police force, the defense force, correctional department, customs, immigration, management, executive leadership, statistics, finance, to name only a small few. The end result will be the announced salary increase that will be rolled out in 2 phases beginning at the end of this month. At the end of this month, salary increases will be rolled out for 2,400 mid-level public servants, retroactive to September of 2024.
Action.
So Deputy, we break this down. That means that a lump sum payment will be made to the account of our public servants for a retroactive period, And then on a monthly basis, your new salary will be reflected moving forward. People have asked me many times since our announcement, how can they determine whether they are mid-level or not? If you are not sure of your level, please see your Human Resources Department. All mid-level public servants will be included in the June process. If you are not included, then you will be included in the next phase of salary increases being rolled out in September, which will cover everyone else. This includes thousands and thousands more public servants. At the end of this process, all public servants will feel the impact of a meaningful increase of 2 to 8% added to your salaries, in addition to any lump sum payments received. In June alone, that amounts to over $6 million in payments to public servants. Mr. Deputy, permit me a few minutes to give an update on my beloved Golden Gates constituency. GG. Since September of 2021, Golden Gates has consistently enjoyed initiatives which continue to roll out under our 3 pillars of empowerment, education, and enterprise. In the past year, the Golden Gates Group Insurance has been well received as we expand access to health care for constituents in partnership with Oak Tree Medical. Our crime-free and conflict resolution zones continue to address public safety and crime concerns with active and growing community crime watch groups, ably assisted by ASP Natalie Ranger and our Urban Renewal Carmichael team. Thank you, Carmichael and Marathon, for your great leadership in Urban Renewal. In Golden Gates, we continue to celebrate holidays together and provide incentives and rewards for our Golden Gates babies to thrive. We continue to feed the community through our weekly feeding program that delivers hot, delicious, healthy meals to elderly, sick, and shut-ins, and allows for walk-ups to our constituency office. Thanks to Ms. Teresa, Ms. Rosanna, Eddie, Dave, Jermaine, and the constituency office staff. We also continue to support the Youth Empowerment Program Southwest Region and maintain our ongoing relationship with the Sybil Strawn Primary School. Upcoming summer initiatives will include our annual Cultural Enrichment Summer Camp, our Report Card Rewards event, and our complimentary ice cream distribution initiative, which provides a sweet treat during the hottest months of summer. Free mental health support is ongoing and has been enhanced with options for digital counseling to expand access for those who prefer not to show up in person. We continue celebrating milestones, recognizing achievements, maintaining personal connections with constituents through birthday visits, bereavement visits, and I'd like to take this opportunity to extend condolences to stalwart Councillor Deacon Dale Davis, who I had the opportunity to give remarks at his memorial today, the family of Princess Pratt, Brendan Camacho, Deaconess and Matriarch Sylvia Gator, and Mr. Jamal Leedon on the passing of his sister. We have community special events on a monthly basis that bring our community together. And I want to thank the Ministry of Works and Central and South Eleuthera for addressing, my member from Central and South Eleuthera for addressing infrastructural needs, including road paving, park restoration, drain cleaning, speed bump installation, street signage, and other improvements, along with the member for Mount Moriah, that has enhanced the quality of life for residents in Golden Gates. Golden Gates has collaborated with BPL, thanks to the member for Elizabeth, ensuring rapid response to streetlight issues and other electrical concerns that affect community safety and convenience. Our environmental health, thanks to Golden Isles and Yamacraw. The partnership allows us to continue to address derelict vehicle removal and other sanitation concerns that impact community appearance and health. And of course, there's also the comprehensive revitalization, as the member for Centerville noted, of the Golden Gates Blue Hills Farmers Market in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and the Nassau Cruise Port. Thank you to the member for Centerville, P.S. Neil Campbell, F.A.S. Delman Roll, and the team. This transformation will include new buildings, vendor stalls that meet modern health and safety standards, proper waste disposal and sanitation facilities that maintain cleanliness and prevent health hazards, mandatory vendor training covering food safety, customer service, and business operations, fresh seafood from local fishermen, locally grown produce that supports Bahamian agriculture, authentic Bahamian-made crafts that showcase our cultural heritage, and traditional native dishes that celebrate our culinary traditions. Our goal, as the member for Centerville alluded, is to create the fish fry of the South, establishing a central cultural destination for our residents that attracts the residents and visitors alike while providing income opportunities for participating vendors. We have also recently launched the My MP Loves Me campaign, which has distributed shirts, tumblers, and up next is our special care packages that all serve as tangible reminders of our commitment to constituent service. These gifts will be delivered personally through door-to-door visits that provide opportunities for relationship building. Golden Gates residents, you can look out for me and my team distributing those tokens of our appreciations over this weekend. Mr. Deputy, this is far from all that we are doing on the ground in Golden Gates. The work never stops, and we are fully committed to community-wide improvement through empowerment, education, and enterprise. I encourage all Golden Gates residents to continue attending our monthly community events, each one designed to foster connection, provide updates, and ensure that even when I can't make it to your door, you still have access to me in meaningful interaction and community building. Stay connected with us anytime by joining our community broadcast. Simply click on the WhatsApp link at the top of our Facebook page at Pia Glover Roll. You can also follow me on Facebook, Instagram, X, or TikTok for the latest constituency updates and events. Finally, Mr. Deputy, I could not achieve the success and produce the results that I can be so proud of without an absolutely amazing and committed team. Sergeant Ronaldo Dean, Nadia Storr, Cindy Delancey, Jerika Munnings, Desi Pollard, Duran Sanders, and every one of my captains and road generals who are actually right now in training, because we don't play about our training. All 58 of them, 58 strong. Too many to name, but absolutely the best team in the world. They've been by my side since 2021, and they remain to date. I am humbled, I am grateful, I am blessed to work alongside them all. The love, the encouragement, the support, the prayers of the Golden Gate seniors and stalwarts, Dr. Doris Barry, Sammy Miller, Marjorie Roll, Ms. Forbes, Ms. Bryson, Ms. Roll of Bamboo, Sweet Boy, Mr. Kenneth Williams, Enid Saunders, Marion Taylor, Sharon Farquharson, Agnes Clinton, Pam Monroe Johnson, Audrey Seymour, Viola Butler, Yvonne Cash, Weston Sanders, Laura Williams, Edley Sargent, Ken Wilkinson, Larry Williams, Ettrick and Lena Maybo, Shirla Roll, Anthony Roca, David Knowles, Miss McDonald, Miss Duncombe, Kevin Ferguson, Pearline Johnson, Mother Johnson, Ruth Francis, Jackie Dean, Clayton Fernanda, and Raymond King, to name a small few. That's the prayer warriors. To all of our Golden Gates graduates and to my Golden Gates youth group, and I want to thank PYL that I see is in the gallery today as well. Our Golden Gates youth group that includes Reva, Tennille, Armani, Stephen, Chavez, Cheyenne, Bria, Dreon, Lindero, Tamia, Tony, Stacy, Adriana, Rain, Kazia, Floyd, to name a small few. Your MP loves you. Deputy Speaker, I want to just take one quick moment,
Small, quick.
just a quick moment as I end, to rebut some of the falsities I heard uttered by Marco City. Falsities.
Falsity.
That can be encapsulated in a nutshell, Mr. Deputy. And I refer to a satirical publication entitled Politics. Page 86, number 3. Bahamians have selective memory, amnesia when it's convenient, recalling your sins from preschool when it's convenient. As a member of the opposition, talk against the government's position with much fervor and consistency, then hope and pray that the majority of people do not remember that it was you who either created the mess or did nothing about it when you had the chance.
Page that is? What page?
Especially, Mr. Deputy.
What page?
Page 36, 86, number 3. Especially, Mr. Deputy,
We boxing that.
when after 35 years, you were holding power for 20 of those years.
Oh, goodness, man.
Mr. Deputy, I stand on behalf of the great constituents of Golden Gate. And I wholeheartedly support the 2025-2026 national budget and the agenda of this Davis administration. Thank you. And may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, honorable member. It's been suspended, right? Oh, yeah. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I stand to reserve my place as it's been determined that we will move to suspend to 10 a.m. in the morning.
Is there a seconder?
To give me a chance to pray over what I will say tomorrow.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House stand suspended until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House stand suspended until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
All right.
Sergeant sleeping?